This is the English channel. We are testing the English channel for simultaneous interpretation. This is the English channel. 영어 채널로 마이크 테스팅 중입니다. 영어 채널로 마이크 테스팅 중입니다. This is the English channel for interpretation. We are testing the English channel for simultaneous interpretation. 영어 채널입니다. 영어 채널.
한국 한 번만 주십시오.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The opening ceremony of the G20 Global Financial Stability Conference will begin shortly. I cordially ask all participants to come inside and take your seats. And as a favor told, please turn off your cell phone or put them on silent mode to minimize interruption during the ceremony. 잠시 안내드리겠습니다. 저희 개회식이 곧
The opening ceremony will begin shortly. Please come inside and take your seats, please. And please set your mobile phone to silent mode as a courtesy to the other participants.
The proceeding in English, but simultaneous interpretation will be provided. Please use your receivers. Channel 1 for Korean, 2 for English. 그리고 오늘 행사는 영어로 진행이 돼.
We are providing interpretation services during the conference. Please set your channel to receiver to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. Thank you.
We would be very appreciated that all participants should wear your mask during the conference. But our speakers and panelists may remove their masks during being on stage and also will take off mask as we take a photo in front of the table. Thank you. 여러분의 안전을 위해서 저희
For your safety, I'd like to remind you to keep your mask on at all times. And the exceptions are when the speakers or panelists are on stage or for the photo shoot. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the opening ceremony of G20 Global Financial Stability Conference 2022. My name's Moon So-ri, TV host, who used to be news anchor at the SBS-CNBC, which is Economy channel. It is my great pleasure to be up here holding a mic as your master of ceremony and with more people since the COVID-19 situation settled down more than last year. Yes, today's conference is already at its 8th-year anniversary, so I hope you will just stay until the end and share your views. For your just information, today's conference will be broadcasting live through the online on YouTube channel of KDI and the Ministry of Economy and Finance, Republic of Korea. And the conference is comprised of 3 sessions with the title, The Global Economy Outlook and the Acceleration of Tightening Monetary Policy, the Role of the Global Financial Safety Net, the Future of International Financial Architecture. And each session will feature presentations from designated speakers, followed by a panel discussion. And online attendees can submit their questions through indicated the Q&A link on the YouTube. So now, ladies and gentlemen, to kick off today's conference, it is my great pleasure to invite to the podium the first Vice Minister, His Excellency Park Gi-sun of the Ministry of Economy and Finance, Republic of Korea. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
예, G20 글로벌 금융안정
Distinguished guests from home and abroad, good morning, everyone. I am Park Gi-sun, First Vice Minister of Economy and Finance. I'd like to express my sincere welcome to the attendees on site, as well as those joining us on YouTube. In addition, I would like to thank Acting President Young Sung-ko of KDI, the co-host of the conference, Vice Chairman of FSC Kim So-young, and Professor Morris Upsfeld at UC Berkeley, the keynote speaker, and Chief Economist and Head of Research at BIS, Mr. Hyun Song-shin. And a big thank you to all of the moderators, presenters, and discussants. Distinguished guests, the unrest in the global financial markets, such as the strong dollar and capital outflows from emerging countries that we're experiencing today, reminds us of Mark Twain's words, "History never repeats itself, but it does often rhyme." The 1997 Asian financial crisis and the 2008 global financial crisis were caused by the inherent vulnerability of the financial market itself, whereas the recent global financial market unrest originated from the real sector shocks such as supply chain disruption due to the pandemic, reorganization of supply structure in accordance with the global economic blocs, and soaring raw material prices caused by geopolitical risks such as the war. In addition, unrest in the financial market, which has spread from the real sector, can again become a burden on the real economy anytime, leading to a vicious cycle. Nevertheless, the policy options each country has is very limited. The aggressive monetary tightening in response to inflation increases concerns about an economic recession and the suffering of economic actors, and at the same time, it can act as a destabilizing factor in the global economy as it coincides with the emerging countries' high debt level, which has come about in their effort to overcome the pandemic. Therefore, policy coordination among countries for global financial stability is more necessary than ever. The current G20 system was launched for the recovery of global financial stability and international cooperation without leaks that we desperately needed. In the past, the G20 has proven its reason for being by providing pivotal leadership in the unprecedented global financial crisis that was difficult to solve with the efforts of individual countries alone. In the course of responding to the recent pandemic, the G20 also reached an agreement for shared prosperity, such as providing debt relief to low-income countries and establishing financial intermediary fund to strengthen global strength. However, in today's world where trust based on mutual benefit is weakening and every nation is putting their interests first, we must together deal with the inflation that we see for the first time in 40 years. If we recall that the past history of global financial stability has been a process of multilateral cooperation, as Professor Opsfeld emphasized, it is time for the G20 to replace words with deeds on trade, and it will really matter. Until now, the G20 has presented concrete solutions to every crisis in the global economy. However, this is not the result of the hard work of the G20 government officials alone. This was the result of intense discussions that took place among experts from the government, academia, and international organizations based on the in-depth research of leading scholars. In this regard, I expect that the Global Financial Stability Conference today will faithfully discuss concrete measures for multilateral cooperation for global financial stability and for creating a sound international financial architecture. We will be all ears throughout the conference and the discussions today, and we will do our best to make sure that your valuable suggestions and ideas may be fully realized in the domestic and international society. The Korean government is aware of the current situation, and we are strengthening market monitoring, and we are looking at the measures that are in place, and we will try to be compliant with the global standards in the financial market, and we would like your attention and interest. Thank you very much.
Vice Minister for covering the importance of today's conference, opening its doors with his kind word. Thank you very much once again. Now we'll have the opening address from the acting president, Go Young-sun of KDI. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a warm round of applause to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I am Go Young-sun, the acting president of KDI. A warm welcome to the distinguished guests attending the 2022 G20 Global Financial Stability Conference, both online and offline. In particular, I would like to express my gratitude to Vice Minister of Economy and Finance, Bang Gi-sun, who worked hard to prepare for this conference. I'd also like to thank Professor Morris Opsfeld for the keynote speech, and also the moderators, presenters, and panelists for your hard work. Recently, the global economy is facing a complex crisis fueled by soaring prices of energy, raw materials, and food. Global inflation is putting a great strain on the world economy, which has been recovering from the pandemic. In addition, there is a risk that the strategic competition between the US and China could intensify even further. In the international financial market, things are not looking bright either. The Fed's tightening stance has sucked the global liquidity out of the rest of the world, including emerging markets, and is flowing back into the US. And in this process, most countries are experiencing currency depreciation, increased asset price volatility, and rising market interest rates. In particular, the situation is not good for some countries whose external health has deteriorated due to the pandemic shock. In these fragile countries, a sense of crisis is growing due to a sharp increase in international interest rates. Now, the global economy is facing the challenge of stabilizing financial markets while recovering growth. To do this, cooperation between countries is essential. At every crisis in the past, the G20 summit has been seeking and implementing international cooperation measures for the recovery of the global economy and stability of the international financial market. This year's G20 finance ministers meeting and central bank governors meeting have undertaken important cooperative tasks to address the current challenges. To preemptively respond to future pandemics, the World Bank has established the Financial Intermediary Fund, prepared a common framework for emergency financial support and debt restructuring for vulnerable countries, and reviewed the IMF institutional view related to CFMs to strengthen the global financial safety net. Today's G20 Global Financial Stability Conference is a meaningful opportunity to explore ways to achieve balanced global economic growth and international financial stability in the midst of a complex global economic crisis, and to contribute to resolving vulnerabilities and improving resilience of troubled countries. Furthermore, I hope that this event will serve as a useful forum for looking ahead into the future, for changes to come, and turning the crisis into an opportunity. As the conference and the G20 International Financial Architecture Working Group meeting are held back-to-back, it will prove to be a valuable time for many of us, as we can hear from so many G20 government and international organization officials. I would like to express my deepest gratitude once again to the policymakers, international organization representatives, and academic experts for joining us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for preparing such a meaningful place to share insights on the changing global international market and to discuss countermeasures for the future. Thank you very much. And we can't miss the congratulatory message to open the conference. So today we'll have the Vice Chairman Kim So-young of Financial Services Commission. Let us welcome Kim So-young with a big round of applause to the podium.
안녕하십니까.
Distinguished guests, my name is Kim So-young. I'm the Vice Chairman of the Financial Services Commission. I would like to begin by extending my heartfelt congratulations to all of you on the opening of the G20 Global Financial Stability Conference. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Vice Minister Bang of the Ministry of Economy and Finance, as well as all the representatives of the Ministry and KDI. Of course, I would also like to thank Acting President Ko Young-sun of KDI and Professor Morris Ofsfeld, who will be our keynote speaker today, as well as Dr. Shin Hyun-song, Charles Engel, and Ein Kogel. There are so many distinguished speakers and professors who are here with us today, so it is difficult for me to keep track of all of them and take this opportunity to thank them all in turn. But it would be remiss of me to not do so. So I would like to thank you all and welcome to this conference. The G20 Global Conference was first held in 2013. It is now on its 8th year. I remember participating at this conference as a member of the academia until last year, and I have always emphasized the importance of the stability of global financial markets and the establishment of an international financial system that can support this stability. This year, I find it especially meaningful that I am participating at this conference as someone who is responsible for financial policies. Until last year, the global economy saw a speedy recovery thanks to the active policy responses of various governments and the supply of vaccines as we fought to overcome COVID-19. However, the massively expanded liquidity and increased debt levels, along with the rise in asset prices, have been factors compounding instability in the global economy. The various lockdown measures because of COVID-19 and the supply chain disruptions and rise in commodity prices because of the Ukrainian war are leading to a phenomenon of global inflation. The acceleration of monetary tightening by major economies in response to this development is leading to the issue of a possible global recession and debt repayment risks by vulnerable members of the population and low-income countries. The rapid developments in digital assets and the actual risks posed by climate change that are bringing changes to the financial environment are also issues that we must preemptively review. The G20 summit was upgraded to a summit-level meeting following the 2008 GFC and has since then played a pivotal role in responding to the Eurozone fiscal crisis and the COVID-19 response. Going forward, the G20 system will continue to share understanding on trends in the global economy and risk factors, while also playing an important role in contributing to the sustainable growth of the global economy and stability in the international financial markets. We must thoroughly take stock of how global tightening will impact low-income countries and the repayment debt of vulnerable members of the population, as well as any spillover effects into the international financial markets, and we must explore ways to strengthen the international financial system to respond to these issues. If we consider how digital assets are inherently cross-border in nature, countries must coordinate policies to respond to the effects that expansion of digital assets will have on the international financial markets and financial stability as a whole, and we must engage in various discussions and conversations on this topic. In the process, we must also closely cooperate with the IMF, the World Bank, and other international financial organizations, as well as experts from the private sector. At this conference today, we'll be discussing how accelerating monetary tightening in major economies will pose risk factors for the global economy, as well as the role and any measures to complement the post-COVID global financial safety net, changes to the global financial environment, and the newly developed international financial system. When we consider the current situation of the global economy, I believe this conference is discussing a very timely and urgent topic. Through this conference, I hope there will be many rational and actionable measures that will come out to enhance the stability of the global economy and international financial markets, while also strengthening the international financial system through the G20. I also hope that the different measures that are proposed today can be specified into actionable policy alternatives. Once again, I would like to thank all the organizers for preparing for this conference, and again, my heartfelt congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chairman, for enriching today's opening ceremony by making your way here. Thank you so much. And also, in addition, we would like to give our deepest gratitude to all our participants for sharing your valuable time to attend in this conference. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce our keynote speaker, the Professor Maurice Oswald from University of California, Berkeley, will present his presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause to the stage.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here. I want to thank the KDI and the Ministry of Finance for honoring me with this invitation. And it's certainly an auspicious time to be talking about the role of the G20 in dealing with the global problems that pretty much all countries are now facing. I want to focus on the issue of monetary policy coordination. It's a very old topic, but I think it's one that has become relevant again, and that is clearly within the remit of the Group of 20. And so it's providential that I get to talk about it in front of this audience. Many are raising the specter of the early 80s disinflation again. We're now 40 years from 1982, which was a critical year in that process. And so it gives us a good vantage point to try to reassess where we are now and to put that in the perspective of our past experiences with monetary policy and international coordination. Just a roadmap of what I want to cover in my half hour. I want to document the central bank tightening trend, talk about the inflation problem that most countries are facing, focus quite a bit on the US, because the US is pivotal not only in, I believe, driving current macro developments, but in terms of the role of the dollar in the global economy. And I'll talk about the effects of the strong dollar that all countries are facing. I'll return to the global disinflation of the 1980s and how that built a case for policy coordination, and then talk about why it is likely even more important in today's world in which globalization has proceeded far beyond what it was back in 1982. Well, monetary tightening around the world. This chart illustrates what has been happening The data are accurate up through September 9th. And in fact, this is such a rapidly evolving situation that the data are already out of date. This week alone, we will have or have had decisions by the Swedish Central Bank, which raised rates by a full 100 basis points, the Bank of Norway, the Philippines, the Swiss National Bank, and perhaps most prominently and importantly by the Fed, which will come very, very soon. But the basic message of this chart is that in 2022, interest rates have been rising sharply around the world. That is the red bars. They began rising in emerging and developing economies and in Korea in particular last year already, starting in the summer. There was very little action in advanced economy central banks following the sharp cuts, and those are in green, in the critical COVID year 2020. But now central banks everywhere are raising, and in particular, the advanced economy central banks, one could argue, have been a bit behind the curve on addressing the inflation problem, which has proven to be more entrenched and less transitory than the optimists were predicting early in 2022, late in 2021. The global inflation problem is indeed dramatic. You can see in this chart the progress of inflation falling in emerging and advanced economies alike during the pandemic, then rising in the face of recovery as in many countries growing demand, pent-up demand, hit serious supply constraints and serious reallocation constraints. The pressures are somewhat more muted in Asia. That's something we can certainly discuss in the conference, related in part to the relative success of many countries in Asia in containing the pandemic itself. We're all familiar with the drivers, the stresses due to reopening. In some countries, reductions in labor supply, shipping bottlenecks, and higher transport costs, energy and food prices, very crucially, all exacerbated by the Ukraine war. And the silver lining may be that since the outbreak of the war, food prices measured by a general FAO index, as you can see on the right, have come down to the February 2022 levels. Energy prices have fallen. Part of that driven by fears of oncoming recession. Expectations are critical in driving inflation. There's evidence that indeed inflation expectations have picked up around the world. And a key question going forward is how persistent will these expectations be in the face of the actions that central banks are now beginning to take? I would argue that compared to 1982, when disinflation occurred in a context where inflation had been rising and becoming ingrained in people's psychologies for more than a decade, we may have been in a much worse situation than we're in today, where a spurt of inflation following reopening has followed more than a generation of price stability in most countries, and great advances in our knowledge about central banks' abilities to target inflation. I mentioned the centrality of the US, and indeed it is dominating the tightening cycle for advanced economies, also for emerging economies. The US recovered most rapidly from lockdowns. If you look at pre-COVID growth trend lines, the US made it back to the trend line first, even though labor market participation fell. And that was driven in part by a massive transfer of purchasing power to households and local governments. In the US, the jobs market is overheated, record levels of vacancies to unemployment. In other words, a very elevated beverage curve. Consumption remains healthy, and high yield spreads, indicators of financial stress, have not really, for the most part, jumped up yet. In some recent work done at Brookings with a co-author, Haonan Zhou, we show the important role in predicting the dollar of the excess bond premium measure of high yield spreads developed by Gilchrist and Zakrajek. That is not really elevated yet. It's been a very powerful predictor of US recessions. But another powerful indicator of US recessions, the Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey of the Fed, has spiked up. And so it's not really clear that what the Fed has done is palpably slowing down the US economy outside of some sectors such as housing, which are very important sectors but are not the whole story. In my view, the Fed is not yet at neutral. It won't be there even if it hikes by 75 or 100 basis points later this week. But it's made decisive moves to get there and to communicate its resolve to markets. But the US real rate, to get some idea, the real rate of interest is likely still in negative territory, and it's got to become positive to solve the problem. This picture just shows where high yield spreads are. They've come up some in the last couple of quarters, but they're not at historically the levels that would be associated with oncoming recessions. US inflation, being very central to the system, has not really turned the corner yet. This chart shows the headline CPI, but also core inflation for the US and the Cleveland Fed's measure of median inflation, which many researchers have found to be a better indicator of future CPI inflation for the US than is core inflation. Median inflation, core inflation rose on a year-on-year basis in the most recent data for last month. They rose even more sharply looking at them on a month-on-month basis, and this is part of what has alarmed the Fed and alarmed the markets and led to talks of a possible 100 basis point increase this week. Not the market consensus by any means, but something that was not really even thought to be in the cards before that inflation report. Against this background, the dollar has strengthened broadly since the middle of 2021. Now, this process started even while the Fed was arguing that inflation pressures would be transitory, and even before inflation pressures had not risen to the levels we see today. But it has been a more or less relentless process of appreciation of the dollar, and each bit of negative inflation news for the US strengthens the conviction that the Fed will raise more sharply, which drives the dollar up further. This development has critical global consequences because historically dollar appreciation is associated with negative global growth, and even more strongly with negative growth in emerging and developing economies. In these two charts for advanced economies on the left and emerging economies on the right, the dollar exchange rates change is shown in green, whereas the percent of economic growth, of GDP growth, is shown in blue or yellow, and the negative correlation is very clear. Let me dig down a little bit more into this set of data And here I'm going to draw on some data from the paper that Haonan Zhou and I did for Brookings earlier this month. Dollar appreciation is, as I said, negatively associated with global growth, and it has become generally more negatively associated over time as the pace of globalization, trade globalization, and financial globalization have proceeded. It is negatively associated with world trade volume growth. And if you look at the data, here I show in the 3 columns, first, the overall correlation for the past roughly 40 years, the correlation in the first 2 decades of that period, 1980 to 2000, and then the correlation in the new millennium, the sort of heyday of globalization. And you can see that this correlation drops from, or rather rises from minus 0.39 in the last 2 decades of the 20th century to minus 0.61 in the first 2 decades of this century. Dollar appreciation is negatively correlated with the growth in the world investment to GDP ratio, rising from minus 0.32 at the end of the last century to minus 0.58 in the first 2 decades of this century. The correlation with advanced economy output growth rises as well. It rises marginally for emerging markets, which have always been vulnerable to the dollar, as I will come back to. The strong dollar of the early 1980s coincided with the massive debt crisis and a decade of lost growth in many developing economies. As I said, the growth in world capital markets, the greater integration of economies, the greater scale of international asset trade has helped drive these developments. The proliferation of global value chains has also been important. And also, the increasingly global nature of inflation has been important, as have been the influence of import prices, I believe, in estimates of Phillips curves. So in general, we're in a world where the dollar is very important. It's become more important, where there's been extensive globalization over the decades since 1982, and where probably the spillovers from US monetary policy and from the monetary policies indeed of all advanced economy central banks are probably much greater than they were in the past. In the early 1980s, synchronized global disinflation caused a deep recession in 1982 and crises across emerging and developing economies. The left-hand side chart shows measures of real interest rates in the US and globally, and the global nominal interest rate as constructed by one of our speakers today, Ayhan Koza, and his team. And you'll note the very sharp increase in the global and US real interest rates from the late 70s, when Paul Volcker is appointed at the Fed, to the early 1980s. This is to some degree a US phenomenon, but as you can see, it's also a worldwide phenomenon, as numerous central banks across the world struggled with the surge of inflation that had built up over the entire decade of the 1970s. Tellingly, real interest rates had been negative globally in the middle to late 1970s. This was a period of extreme monetary ease, which helped indeed to fuel the inflation that Volcker and other central bankers tamed in the early 1980s. If you look at the right-hand chart, you can see the path of global growth, whether measured at purchasing power parity, which is the IMF's favorite measure, or at market exchange rates, as the World Bank likes to do. And obviously, the global financial crisis and the emergence of COVID stand out for the very sharp negative global growth. But if you had looked at this chart before the global financial crisis, you would have probably been most impressed by 1982, when global growth fell to under 0.5% of GDP. So we should not discount the possibility that in this environment of general tightening of monetary policy, very low global growth would result. Generally, a rate of global growth of 0.5% would be considered a global recession by most measures. Emerging markets, of course, fell into debt crises in the 1980s as interest rates rose. This was a world with largely floating rate sovereign debt. And here I've transposed the path of the dollar, which is measured on the left, against the frequency of central bank crises as measured by the Levin and Valencia data set. And what you can see is that there was a sharp appreciation of the dollar starting in the late 1970s. It is on the order of more than 40%. So to put that into context, what we're looking at now compared to mid-2021 is more on the order of 10 to 15%, somewhere in that range. So we're not yet where we were in 1982, but obviously the frequency of financial crises in low and middle-income countries, even in a couple of high-income countries, rises. And even after the dollar was brought down after the Plaza Accord of 1985, there is a tail of crises because of the damage done. I should mention, since this is a financial stability conference, looking back at history, that the debt crisis was a serious threat to the capital of money center banks in the US. And had the international community in cooperation with the Fed not succeeded in persuading banks to continue rolling over debts, a serious advanced economy financial crisis could have emerged then. And in my view, this is one of the near misses that we all as a global community should have taken more seriously, and there were others prior to the great financial crisis of 2008. It was not an unmixed blessing that we escaped those earlier crises, because we also escaped having to learn their lessons. So where are we now, and is there a potential for other policy mistakes? One of the themes of 1982 was that, and this was expressed in a great academic interest in policy coordination at the time. There were a number of papers, including a very famous Brookings paper by Gilles Ludis and Jeff Sachs in 1984. They made the argument that there can be a beggar-thy-neighbor effect of disinflation. When countries tighten and appreciate their currencies, if their exports are denominated in their own currencies, that can raise inflationary pressures in trade partners. And in an environment where everybody is disinflating, this is a beggar-thy-neighbor effect. Because when I tighten to appreciate my currency and disinflate, I make it harder for my trade partners to disinflate. They import some inflation. And so we can get prisoner's dilemma situations. I have a very simple example at the end of these slides, which I won't go through here, but you're welcome to look at. showing how a prisoner's dilemma can occur. And at some level, this is the obverse of the argument we heard many times prior to COVID during the decade of recovery from the great financial crisis, that when the world is in a liquidity trap and a country depreciates its currency so that it can improve its current account surplus, that's beggar thy neighbor, because it pushes the rest of the world deeper into their liquidity traps. So that's beggar thy neighbor in a generalized deflationary environment. There's also the risk of beggar thy neighbor in a generalized inflationary environment. Now, I don't want to be misinterpreted here. I think it is too soon to pivot on tightening, and I'll come back to that. But we should be aware going forward that this is a risk. The other risk, more controversially, arises from the idea that in a globalized environment, each country's Phillips curve depends not only on domestic slack, but on foreign slack. Some policymakers draw the conclusion that if that's the case, then in order to influence one's domestic slack, one needs a particularly strong tightening response, because there are all these global slack variables that the home central bank can't affect. I think that's a bit myopic. And so I think it's important for central banks, in addition to thinking about the beggar thy neighbor issue, to also think about their joint interdependence in terms of global slack. If you really think that other countries' slack is affecting your inflation rate, then look around the world, because everybody is tightening. And so this is something that I think is important for conversation in fora like the G20, where the joint policy responses of the international community can be assessed. But the global slack issue doesn't raise a problem of beggar thy neighbor policies, which can lead to suboptimal Nash equilibria. It is really just a forecast error risk. Yet it's a potentially very important forecast error risk. The final point I'd like to make on this is that with more globalized markets, the risks of coordination failures, the risks of forecast errors from not correctly assessing what other countries' policies impacts will be for their own economies are greater than they were even 4 decades ago. So let me end by talking about the case for coordination. I know that in a G20 forum, when I talk about the need for cooperation, I'm preaching to the choir. So if you want to break out in song at the end of this, that'll be fine. But we have to recognize that every country, every member of the G20 will have different needs to reduce inflation going forward. Broadly speaking, I think countries will need to reach at least levels of neutral real interest rates to bring inflation down. But I worry when countries talk about moving much beyond to send a message to markets. I worry about the idea that until we actually see inflation on target, we should we meaning the central banking community should not relent. And I think that may be overdoing it. I think the international coordination issues are important. The possibility of a global slump, which would be deflationary, in part through the effect on energy and commodity prices, is important. And we need to take these things really, really seriously. And it may be that inflation expectations are not nearly as entrenched as in the 1980s, and that they come down more quickly than we actually expect, just as they went up more quickly than central banks expected. We can't rely on that, of course, But I think at a certain point, central banks will have to become more cautious than they have been as they have scrambled to make up for their tardiness in the recent months. Of course, each central bank could try to forecast what other central banks are doing and try to take that into account. That involves guesswork, and I think it's probably the case that countries are much better at evaluating their domestic economies than our foreign central banks, and this makes the case for international cooperation, not only through the G20 process, but through the surveillance of the IMF and other international organizations. It also, I think, provides an opportunity because central bankers cooperating to solve a common global problem, which is inflation, would be in a position to communicate to markets their resolve to quell inflation. And that could be powerful. Just as in deflationary financial crisis, central bankers have coordinated on expansionary actions, and that has had a favorable impact on markets. Coordination now and skillful communication now, I think, could be an advantage of cooperation. And this might decrease sacrifice ratios. Those look likely, or at least possible, to be big. And in his presentation later, Ayhan Koz will talk about the just released World Bank paper he wrote with co-authors, which sketches out some very, very gloomy scenarios for global growth. So, you know, what is the basic message? We're in a situation with some similarities to the 1980s, when we also saw a role for energy and commodity price shocks in driving inflation. But we shouldn't be prisoners of the past. It's true that central banks have gotten behind the curve, they have ground to make up, but at a certain point they need to take into account what each other are doing and avoid jointly going too far. Listening to the current speeches of central bankers, the way they justify their actions, it's not obvious to me that they're paying enough attention to the global context. And discussions in the G20 would be an ideal way to try to ameliorate that gap in the international policy architecture.
Thank you very much, Professor Morris Upsfeld. What an insightful lecture that helped us to look over the international financial market, including U.S. situation, and devise future policies. Thank you very much once again for coming all the way here. Thank you. So now, everyone, before we take a break, please allow me to take a group photo. So to all participants, may stay with us for a while. I would like to invite some of our distinguished guests, the Vice Minister, His Excellency Bang Ki-sun, and the Acting President Ko Young-sun, the Vice Chairman Kim So-young, and our moderators and panelists would like to take a group photo to record this precious moment. Would you please come forward? And also, we'll take a photo 2 times. After that, we'll take a photo with some of our honored invited guests. So please stay with us for a while. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Yes, I think this single photo will be precious memory to remember as our another step into making a world financial stability. So once more, thank you very much for taking your step all the way here from your country. And I know we have many participants here from embassy. So after this picture, we'd like to take a photo one more time with our precious invited guests from embassy. So first of all, we'd like to take a picture with the moderator and panelists and our host for this conference. So we can remove your mask to show us your faces. And this time, yes, better to stop breathing. Thank you so much. 네, 모두 함께
we'll make an exception and you may take off your mask.
Industry looking at the camera. And also, why don't you give a big round of applause for the best photo? 박수를 치면서 한 번 더 사진 촬영하겠습니다. Thank you. Thank you so much. So would you please stay with us for a while? We'd like to invite some more invited honored guests. We'd like to invite some more honored invited guests. We have many distinguished guests from embassy. So our staff will guide you. Please come forward. And also, we'd like to invite stakeholders to the financial industry. Please come forward. 네, 관계자 여러분들과 그리고 대사관에서 함께하고 계시는 분들 잠시 모시고 한 번 더 기념 촬영하겠습니다. Thank you very much. This will be another step towards the development of financial stability. So we'd like to take a photo. Look at the camera and make a smile. 3, 2, 1. And why don't we give an additional big round of applause to celebrate this moment? Looking at the camera. 3, 2, 1. We'd like to take a photo one more time. 마스크를 좀 벗고 한 번 더 찍겠습니다. After, yes, removing the mask, I would like to take a photo one more time. 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'd like to invite yourselves back. Thank you very much for your cooperation. 자리로 모시겠습니다. 함께해 주신 여러분께 다시 한번 진심으로 감사드리겠습니다. So to our participants, we would like to take a short break, a 15 minutes break. And the coffee is prepared in the lobby, so please enjoy, and we'll see you back here at 10:30. 10:30? Yes. We'd like to take a short break. We ask for you to please get back to your seats beforehand to start the session on time. 저희 시작하기 전에 모두 자리 착석 부탁드리겠습니다. 10시 30분에 세션이 진행될 예정입니다. One more time, have your attention please. The session 1 will begin at 1:30, 10:30. 10:30. So please get back to your seats beforehand to start the session on time. Thank you. So now everyone, may I have your attention please? The session 1 of today's conference will begin shortly. I cordially ask all the participants outside, please come inside and take your seats. Thank you so much for your cooperation. 저희 곧 첫 번째 세션
We'll begin the first session shortly. I'd like to ask you to please come inside and take your seats. Thank you.
to make one more time. The session 1 will begin shortly. Please come inside and take your seats. Thank you so much for your understanding. 저희 곧 첫 번째 세션
We'll begin the first session soon. Please come inside and take your seats. Thank you.
그리고 휴대전화
And may I remind you to please silence your phones.
participants to turn off your cell phone or put them on silent mode to minimize interruption during the session. 역시 한국어와 영어
We're providing interpretation services. Please set your receiver to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English.
to present the simultaneous interpretation. Please use your service channel 1 for Korean, 2 for English. For your safety, please wear the mask during the session. Thank you. 그리고 무대 아래쪽
And please keep your facial masks on at all times. Thank you.
저희 곧 세션이 진행될 예정입니다. 모두
We'll begin first session soon. Please take your seats.
We have lots of participants outside. Please come inside and take your seats to start the session 1. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Now everyone, welcome back to the conference. So hope you get some fresh air through the break. Now I would like to start a session 1 on the global economic outlook and acceleration of tightening monetary policy. And please understand our speakers and panelists may remove their masks during being on stage for the more accurate conversation. Thank you so much for your understanding. Now it is my great pleasure to introduce to you our moderator for this session, Please welcome Shin Hyun Song, the economic advisor and head of research of a Bank for International Settlement. Please welcome him.
Thank you very much for this very kind invitation. It's my great pleasure to moderate this first session in the morning. And it's going to be a very comprehensive look at the current global economic situation. We have, as well as the distinguished panel with me on stage, we also have two distinguished speakers that are waiting online to join us at a very late or very early hour of the day, depending on which way you look at it. As Professor Opsfeld told us in the keynote address, we're facing some very big challenges in the global economy right now. We have inflation running at multi-decade highs, and that's been compounded by the after effects of the pandemic and associated impact to do with supply chains and the lockdowns as well. Added to that has been the war in Ukraine, which has added the strains on commodity markets, both for energy and food, which has exacerbated the pressure on inflation. As Professor Opsfeld told us, the exchange rate plays many roles, but one of the important roles is as an indicator of financial conditions. So it's not only a measure of the trade balance, but also an indicator of risk-taking and of financial conditions. And that means that we have now a situation where the financial conditions are now spreading globally, and that is setting the stage for what will prove to be a very good discussion, I feel. So let me introduce the panel, and I'll do so as they come up to speak, so that we can save time. We're actually very lucky to have Ayhan Koza, who was actually mentioned by Professor Opsfeld in his keynote address this morning. And Ayhan, as you know, is a very well-established and highly respected macro researcher. He's the chief economist at the World Bank and has led the Global Prospects Group, which is one of the most important commentaries on the global economy. So what we will do is to hand over to the speakers. The first three speakers will have 15 minutes. And then we have three very good discussants who will then follow with 10 minutes each. And I would like to leave some time for general discussions within the panel, as well as some questions also from the floor. So let me then turn to Ayhan for his presentation. So Ayhan, thank you for joining us at this very early hour.
Thank you very much. It's great to join you. It's unfortunate that I cannot join you in person despite my repeated attempts. My presentation will be mostly on this new study Professor Opsfeld mentioned earlier, we released last week about the possibility of a global recession. In this context, I'm going to focus on two questions. Here, if I have time, I will get the third one. The first one is, what are near-term prospects for the global economy? And the second one, what threat does stagflation present for emerging market developing economies? The third question is, what are the policy priorities? Very similar to Professor Opsfeld's messages here. Throughout the presentation, I will use acronym EMDs, emerging market and developing economies. Let me start with the first question, near-term prospects for the global economy. So let me quickly talk about the state of the global economy. We all know that global activity has been slowing. Commodity prices have been declining, except energy, they remain elevated. Financial conditions have been getting tighter, and global trade has been decelerated. So all in all, we have a sharp global slowdown in our hands. The question then, how sharp is the slowdown when you compare with developments prior to previous global recessions? The global economy experienced 5 global recessions since 1970. In each of these episodes, per capita global output contracted in 1975, 82, 91, 2009, and 2020. In this slide, shaded areas in each panel show the evolution of respective variables around these global recession episodes, the earlier episodes. As you can see on the left panel, global GDP has been slowing at a much sharper pace than that prior to previous global recessions. We are also seeing much sharper declines in equity markets in comparison to the run-up of these previous episodes. You see it in the middle panel, and we see a much sharper drop in consumer confidence when you compare what happened prior to these previous episodes. These indicators do not augur well for the future trajectory of global activity. So let me turn to the second issue. Let me quickly talk about the evolution of growth and inflation forecasts for this year and next year. These are not World Bank forecasts. These are forecasts from consensus economics, so they timely represent views of a wide range of forecasters. As you can see here, global growth forecasts have been downgraded significantly for this year and the next year. For 2022, the forecast sits at 2.7%. It was slightly above 4% at the beginning of the year, and that tells you how sharp the slowdown has been. For 2023, the growth forecast was downgraded from 3.2% in February, 2.3% now. So the 2023 as well, we see a sharp downgrade month after month in forecast, and in all likelihood, this will continue in the near future. Inflation forecast for the global economy jumped from 3.6% in January to more than 8% now. And for next year, they went up from 2.7% in February to 4.6% now. So the inflation forecasts have been moving in the opposite directions, have been upgraded, and inflation, of course, have been now running globally at almost 3-decade high. In emerging market developing economies, the inflation is a 14-year high, and in advanced economies, a 4-decade high. So, by some measure, we are already in a period of stagflation. The term stagflation is poorly defined. The general consensus is that it's a state of high inflation and weak growth, and we are beginning to look much closer to the stagflation of the 1970s in a shorter term, of course, than what we did 6 months ago. If you define high inflation as inflation above targets or multi-year highs, or if you define weak growth as steeply slowing growth, 2022 and 23 both qualify actually as years of stagflation with these forecasts. There are multiple risks confronting the global economy, but I will briefly talk about why the risk of stagflation is a major threat for emerging market developing economies. This brings me to the second question. So, Professor Opsahl already provided a little bit of context about the 70s episodes and the current episode. I would like to focus on 3 major similarities between the 70s and now. The first one, we have high global inflation, still lower than what we saw on the average in the 70s, and a very sharp slowdown after the 2020 global recession, similar to what happened after the 1975 global recession. So for stagflation, the stage is set. When you look at global real interest rates and how accommodative monetary policies have been, 1970s and the 2010s quite similar, at least in one important dimension. Global real interest rates average minus 0.5%. And in both cases, of course, in the 70s as well as 2010s, emerging market developing economies accumulated significant amount of debt with very large vulnerabilities. There are some important differences that should make us hopeful. First, there has been a paradigm shift in monetary policy framework since the 1970s. You look around the world, central banks have inflation targeting frameworks, they have periodic meetings, they are much more transparent. So there is a well-defined anchor in many of these central banks in advanced economies, emerging market, developing economies. So that's good news to keep inflation expectations under control as much as possible. Wage growth in the United States has been quite sharp, but still lower than what we saw in the second half of the 70s. And another important factor is that we have much more flexible economies if you look at labor markets, and of course, much less dependent on energy when you look at energy use in terms of producing output. So there are some good reasons to worry and some good reasons to think that we can overcome this episode. Fast forward today, to stem risks from persistent high inflation in a context of limited fiscal space, many countries are withdrawing monetary and fiscal support that was provided during the pandemic. As a result, we think that global economy is in the midst of one of the most internationally synchronous episodes of monetary and fiscal policy tightening of the past 5 decades. You can look at monetary policy, which on the left, the number of policy interest rate increases reached an all-time high this year, last July. You can look at fiscal policy on the right. Share of countries with tightening fiscal stance is expected to be at the highest level at least since the early 1990s. So a globally synchronized tightening of policies will likely help reduce inflation. However, because these are highly synchronous, they could be mutually compounding in their effects, tightening financial conditions and steepening the global growth slowdown more than envisioned. Of course, this prospect of compounding suggests that, as Professor Opstal repeatedly emphasized, national policymakers should take into account potential spillovers of the globally synchronous tightening that is underway. So while the global economy is experiencing the most intense tightening cycle in decades, the expected degree of global monetary policy tightening might not be sufficient to return global inflation and the core inflation to a rate compatible with central bank targets within the usual time horizon over the next 2 years. This highlights the risk of an upward drift in inflation expectations. This risk is very clear when reviewing the actions of the US Fed policy during previous tightening episodes, as you see in the slide. Specifically, the market implied path of policy interest rates over 2022-23 is still much lower than the recent trend of core inflation prints, in contrast to the historical experience since the late 1970s, implying that, as Professor Opstal mentioned, a much sharper increase in interest rates might be necessary to contain inflationary pressures. So how this type of tightening would affect outcomes? In the latest paper, we looked at 3 scenarios. These are purely illustrative scenarios we produced using an off-the-shelf global semi-structural macro model. Here, you can see these scenarios for the interest rates and inflation. In the baseline scenario, the model behaves what the recent consensus forecast for inflation and interest rates imply. But if that's the case, the degree of monetary policy tightening currently expected may not be enough to restore low inflation. Global inflation remains around 4.6% under the baseline and the nominal policy rate is close to 4%. The second scenario that implies a sharp downturn assumes that upward pickup in inflation expectations that basically push central bankers to tighten further by another 100 basis points relative to the current path. So the nominal interest rate at the global level goes up to 5%. These additional rate hikes synchronously would cause the global real short-term rate to rise to 0.6%. So the real interest rates would become positive, but still inflation won't come down enough to make central bankers comfortable. In the third scenario, we call it global recession, central banks would increase interest rates by another 100 basis points at the global level, push the global real rate roughly to 3%. That means the nominal global rate goes up to 6%. And then, of course, this will push the inflation comfortably to 3%. That's the average at the global level, what we saw prior to the pandemic over the period 2015-19. But this move also triggered a sharp repricing of risk in global financial markets and magnifies the vulnerabilities already present. Finally, what are the implications of these scenarios, the synchronous tightening of policies for growth outcomes? In the baseline scenario, global growth would be 2.4%, perfectly acceptable in 2023, but inflation will not be at a level that's acceptable. In the sharp downturn scenario, global economy registered growth very low, around 1.7%, one of the lowest over the past 50 years. It escapes a recession, but inflation remains far above still the level central banks are going to be comfortable. In the global recession scenario, global growth declines to 0.5%. And in per capita terms, it means that global economy contracts by about 0.4%. And that's the technical definition of a global recession. When you have this type of recession, it takes a heavy toll in advanced economies. It pushes advanced economies into a recession as a group in 2023. For emerging market developing economies, growth would decline to 1.8%, the half of what they are expected to have this year. Of course, this type of growth performance will likely coincide with financial stress episodes in these economies. How to think about a global recession in 2023? If you go back to early 1980s, advanced economies remember the Volcker recession of 1982 as the end of stagflation. But for emerging market developing economies, they remember it as the beginning of a string of financial crises, a steep growth slowdown, weakened debt servicing capacity, and more than 40 debt crises erupted in these economies during the 1980s. And of course, these crises accompanied by a decade of lost growth. So let me summarize. The first question I asked, what are near-term prospects for the global economy? Weaker growth, and in all likelihood, lower inflation, but still elevated inflation, multiple risks cloud to outlook. One of these risks is the stagflation for this year and the next year. The second question was, what threat does stagflation present for emerging market developing economies? The 1970s episode ended with a global recession, accompanied with a series of financial crises in emerging market developing economies. These economies are now facing a rising risk of a similar outcome. And the third question, what are the policy priorities? It's critical to think about the implications of these globally synchronous policies and to think about demand management interventions through monetary, fiscal, and financial policies, but also to think about supply side measures to provide additional supply to the markets, especially in the context of energy. Let me stop there. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ayhan, for setting the stage so well for us. So Ayan has given us a broad global picture. Let's move on now to Hiranya Mukhopadhyay from the Asian Development Bank. He's going to give us the picture from the perspective of the low-income economies. My understanding is that Hiranya will not be using his slide deck, but you can certainly reference them in the booklet that you have. And then after that, we will have Tobias Adrian from the IMF.
Can someone put those slides in the screen? I'll not be using that. Yes. Okay. I did not realize that my whole presentation will be there in the conference volume. So, and since the time is very short, so let me summarize to some extent a gloomy picture from our daily experience, practical experience of dealing with the developing member countries. On a daily basis, we are dealing with our ADB's member countries, and we know from the war zone the problems they are facing every day. Most of our DMCs are badly affected by the twin shocks, COVID-19 pandemic 2020 and Ukraine war during 2022. None, not a single country has fiscal space. Not a single country, most of the countries do not have fiscal headroom to carry out necessary investment for meeting SDG targets or providing necessary support to the weaker sections without risking the debt sustainability. Almost all countries have come to ADB for emergency liquidity support immediately after pandemic, and the same country came back in 2022 again for another round of liquidity support after the Ukraine war under ADB's counter-cyclical support facility. And we see the problems they are facing. And in this context, let me have a word of caution, very important point that developing countries are yet to recover from the twin shocks. As you all know, that COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 and then Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2020. Don't forget, a third shock, a third crisis is slowly but steadily emerging in the horizon that we see every day when we meet our developing member countries, that is the food crisis. If we do not understand the implications of the food crisis, we'll end up in a very deep crisis eventually. But we see that this third crisis is slowly but steadily emerging in the horizon. And remember that growth recovery after the pandemic, all these are interrelated. You cannot say that I'll take some actions to ensure financial stability. I take some actions just to ensure debt sustainability. All these issues we are discussing here today and in various other forums, like for example, how to ensure and sustain the recovery from growth recovery after the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, how to ensure the countries do have sufficient fiscal space to address climate change mitigation adaptation, how to ensure debt sustainability, how to ensure financial stability, all interrelated, and we cannot just address one issue in isolation. While listening to Professor Opspiel and listening to Ayan, I see the reflection of the arguments of Professor Opspiel in my daily experience while dealing with the policymakers. Let me give you an example. I was writing down that I see that tightening of the interest rate caused higher price of imports, as he has explained. Some countries can intervene, some countries cannot intervene. India could intervene to keep the exchange rate below 80 rupees per dollar, but many countries, but how long India can intervene? Some countries cannot intervene. So naturally, in those countries, the prices of food, prices of oil, prices of energy are shooting up. So what does it happen? What is the problem it is creating? Those countries do not have fiscal space or fiscal headroom, they are unable to cut down the subsidies, they are unable to exit from the incentives, tax incentives that they provided during COVID-19 pandemic. So they are in a deep trouble, and they, on top of that, they need to provide additional transfer payments, additional support to the weaker and vulnerable section of the population. So they are not in a position to take necessary actions to ensure fiscal space and create fiscal space and fiscal headroom. Given this context, let me quickly present some numbers so you will understand what I am saying. Yes, you can see that from this that almost all countries. Just a second. If you look at this picture and if you look at the next picture, let me summarize. Almost all countries, there will be some exceptions here and there, almost all countries in our region, Asian Pacific region, or you can say ADB's member countries, there are serious spikes in fiscal deficit and debt to GDP ratio. Almost all countries. And as you know, this, I don't have to explain it, these are primarily explained by that loss in revenue during the 2020 pandemic, and also 2021 loss in revenue and higher expenditure. Almost all countries provided counter-cyclical support facility. Almost all countries provided support to the weaker and vulnerable sections. So this is because of the expenditure and higher expenditure and lower revenue. Almost all countries have a serious spikes in fiscal deficit and debt, government debt to GDP ratio you can see. And many countries, remember that some countries' debt to GDP ratio improved in 2021, but in many countries, debt to GDP ratio continued to rise. Now, what do we do? As I said in the beginning that I'm just skipping my slides on GDP growth and inflations. So Ian has explained thoroughly inflations. We all know these countries have started facing the serious inflation challenges, serious inflation problem, especially after the Russian war, Russian invasion of Ukraine. So I am just skipping those slides. Now, again, let me skip this, this particular slide. We all know debt deficit dynamics, and it is very prominent in for our member countries, ADB's developing member countries, you can see. So, no, the countries need to take immediately some steps, some actions, some policy measures to cut their deficit. Though they cannot just cut their deficit, they have to either improve the allocative efficiency of scarce public resources, or they have to get quickly over the short term some revenue. So basically we are, of course, almost all countries are now currently ongoing, there are ongoing reform measures, and then countries should continue to have those reform measures. But what we are suggesting that the countries should take immediately some steps to get some fiscal space. One is rationalized tax incentives. We have been saying repeatedly that those incentives the countries introduced during 2020, and they must have an exit policy. That the incentive should be timely and targeted and temporary. The temporary nature of the incentives is very difficult for the countries to exit from those incentives. ADB has provided a toolkit or policy paper how the countries can exit from these incentives and recover those foregone revenue losses. Secondly, the country should immediately work on to design VAT appropriately to mobilize revenue from highly digitalized economic activities. There are many opportunities, there are many avenues the countries can tap to get more revenues from this digital trade, digitalized economy. Think seriously about carbon pricing. Think seriously about there is enough opportunity where you can get some additional revenue from carbon taxation or rationalization of fossil fuel subsidy. Even if you don't go to emission trading, but still you can get some revenue from taxing carbon taxation and as well as fossil fuel subsidy rationalization. And another very important initiative, the country should really think seriously to get revenue immediately over the short run is asset monetization. We are working on asset monetization in many countries, in many developing member countries, and India is taking it very seriously, and many other countries are taking it very seriously. There is enormous scope, enough scope for mobilized revenue through asset monetization. And on the but of course, as I said, there are many initiatives that are currently ongoing in many countries, but they should continue. But immediately they should look at these 3 or 4 alternatives so that they can create some fiscal space. But the story is not complete unless you also work on the expenditure side. There are many suggestions I have proposed in my presentations. In my presentation, you can look at those suggestions in the conference volume, but let me summarize quickly that we have to help them. The countries need to improve this allocative efficiency of scarce public resources. The countries need to improve the infrastructure governance, which is also a priority item for G20, and then ADB is very seriously working on infrastructure governance. There are many documents, many toolkit, and ADB is working with IMF, ADB is working with the World Bank to promote good infrastructure governance. So we have to introduce good infrastructure governance. We have to introduce climate concerns, climate issues during allocations of public resources. And then, as I said, we have to improve. There are many other steps, reforms we have highlighted in the presentations. So countries should work on those initiatives to improve, primarily to improve allocative efficiency of scarce public resources. Now, the main point, let me summarize. The countries must work on to create the fiscal space under very difficult circumstances. Now, as I said in the beginning, that the current situations and current environment is not very conducive to take very strong actions or rather to facilitate very strong, tough fiscal stance. Current situation is not very conducive in many countries, many developing member countries. There may be some exceptions, but there is no alternative. We have to create the fiscal space. We have to ensure the countries have fiscal headroom so that they can invest to meet the SDG targets, they can invest on various developmental projects without risking the debt sustainability. And as I said at the beginning, the debt sustainability, exchange rate stability, financial stability, all are interrelated. And we have to really work with the countries, to help the countries to look at the macro picture and take good policy decisions to address these issues in a comprehensive manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hiranya, for giving us this picture from the low-income economies. What I would like to do now is to turn to Tobias Adrian. Before I introduce him, let me just say that I think from the first 2 speakers, we have had a very good description of the challenges that we're facing right now. As Professor Ofspelt described this morning, the strong dollar is setting a particularly challenging backdrop because it gives very tight financial conditions. In terms of the outcome for each economy, however, of course, it's the resilience and the degree to which the domestic policy frameworks are going to be able to meet those challenges. So just as a marathon runner would have to train very hard, I think we are facing the current situation as if we've been training for the last 10 years for exactly this kind of eventuality. And what Tobias will also tell us is how the macroprudential frameworks in both emerging and advanced economies can help us to meet the challenges. And this is some work, of course, that the IMF has done, and also we at the BIS have been building our own macro-financial stability frameworks. So let me turn to Tobias Adrian, who is the Financial Counselor and Director of the Monetary and Capital Markets Department. Tobias.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the kind words. I'm very happy to be with you here this morning at this important conference. I'm going to talk about the policy responses to the rising macroeconomic challenges. And let me just go very quickly over the first opening slides here. We already saw from previous speakers that inflation is a global phenomenon. It is high in advanced economies and emerging markets, and it was very much unexpected. As a result, central banks are hiking, and that is a very synchronized hiking, and is also covering advanced economies and emerging markets alike. As an intended consequence of tighter monetary policy, financial conditions are tightening, and that is particularly pronounced in emerging markets, as seen on the right chart. Now, turning to the theme that Professor Obstfeld was talking about, the US dollar has appreciated sharply, and emerging markets are facing a multitude of risks stemming from high external borrowing costs, high inflation, volatile commodity markets, and heightened uncertainty about the outlook. So far, investors have continued to differentiate across emerging markets. While there's a risk of further sovereign defaults that we just heard about in many frontier markets, many of the largest emerging markets seem to be more resilient to the external vulnerabilities, and advanced economies broadly are even more resilient. Local currency bond markets have seen large net portfolio outflows from non-resident investors this year, reflecting continued pessimism about the outlook. Downside risks to portfolio flows remain elevated compared to historical norms amid persistent dollar strength, market volatility, and heightened uncertainty. And as we heard previously, the global economic outlook has deteriorated materially in recent months. A number of downside risks have already crystallized, and more might be to come. There's a risk of a sudden disorderly tightening of financial conditions that may interact with pre-existing vulnerabilities. So while emerging market central banks have made major strides in gaining monetary policy credibility in the past 2 decades and have achieved a much higher degree of control over inflation, external shocks still pose a greater challenge for emerging currencies against the dollar, causes the price level to rise about 2%, several times larger than what is happening in advanced economies. The bigger rise in inflation means that emerging market central banks must raise interest rates more aggressively to curtail inflationary pressures, so that the depreciation may well be contractionary, as the stimulus from net exports is more than offset by the fall in domestic demand. Similarly, some other IMF staff estimates shows that the effect of an oil price shock on inflation are much larger in emerging markets than for advanced economies. Inflation expectations in emerging markets also seem to be more sensitive to the fiscal position than in advanced economies, which is a concern given the run-up in public debt in the wake of the pandemic. As seen in the right-hand panel, a surprise increase in government debt boosts medium-term expected inflation in emerging markets significantly, while having little effect in advanced economies. So the punchline is that these responses, endogenous responses to shocks, particularly the responses of inflation in emerging markets, are much worse than in advanced economies. So what is the right policy framework? So what should central banks be doing in this environment with lots of downside risk, lots of inflation, and potentially further adverse developments? In both advanced and emerging market economies, central banks should need to act resolutely to bring inflation back to target. This requires monetary policy to be tightened to ensure that inflation expectations are anchored, credibility is preserved, and unwarranted market volatility is avoided. Communication can play an essential role in reining in on inflation. Central banks should indicate that they will stay the course and maintain tight policy as long as inflation remains high. In this process, other policies can help too. For instance, fiscal policy should support monetary policy, which in some countries may require a change in the fiscal stance. And in some cases, the complexity of policy trade-offs in the context of significant frictions may warrant the use of other policy tools. This is explored in the IMF's Integrated Policy Framework, IPF. The IPF, the Integrated Policy Framework, shows that in the presence of vulnerabilities, using additional tools can help ease trade-offs for certain shocks. Key frictions that characterize many emerging markets could limit the benefits of exchange rate adjustments. Shallow markets can amplify movements and cause excessive exchange rate volatility. Large FX mismatches on balance sheets can cause exchange rate depreciations to have detrimental impacts on the financial health of corporates and households, generating negative co-movements between output and inflation. And weak central bank credibility can result in large exchange rate pass-throughs of inflation. Such FX mismatches and high pass-through worsen the trade-off facing policymakers, with an easier policy stance providing less of a boost to output and causing inflation to rise more. The integrated policy framework models feature these real-world frictions, which matter for policy and reflect volatile capital flows that are a key concern for emerging markets. The work that we have been doing on the integrated policy framework suggests that when frictions are present, such as those I described, foreign exchange intervention or FXI, macroprudential policy tools, MPMs, and capital flow measures, CFMs. So FXI, MPM, and CFMs can enhance monetary autonomy, improve financial and price stability, and reduce output volatility. So let me go into more detail. We have a quantitative IPF model, which is an open economy new Keynesian framework with most of the newly added features aimed at increasing the model's ability to capture key characteristics of emerging market data. The model accounts for nominal rigidities in prices and wages, and also posits that some agents form inflation expectations adaptively. In addition, financial markets are assumed to be incomplete. This means that we explicitly account for occasionally binding constraints, such as an effective lower bound on interest rates, as well as domestic borrowing constraints, which can give rise to sudden stops. In the model, large depreciations pose challenges, particularly for emerging markets, as these can trigger a tightening of financial conditions and result in unfavorable policy trade-offs because of weak anchoring of inflation expectations. The quantitative IPF model allows us to easily account for spillovers, though in my presentation today, I will only focus on the limiting small open economy case. First, let me highlight the difference in trade-offs that are faced by advanced economies and emerging markets from the perspective of the model. In this slide, we consider a portfolio shock that causes investors to be less willing to hold bonds issued by the home economy. The shock is assumed to generate a real exchange rate depreciation of 10% in an advanced economy, shown on the upper left chart. In all panels, blue solid lines correspond to the advanced economy, while dotted red lines depict the evolution of vulnerable emerging market economies. As expected, the exchange rate shock doesn't pose a major policy challenge in advanced economies. The depreciation stimulates net exports, which in turn causes output to rise. While higher import prices also cause inflation to rise, the increase is transient, meaning the central bank can look through it and focus on output. As you see, in advanced economies, the shock looks very similar to a standard aggregate demand shock. In contrast, the emerging market economy faces a more difficult trade-off as inflation rises substantially and persistently. The central bank hikes policy rates noticeably so that output actually contracts. Despite a similar path of exchange rates and much larger policy increases, both domestic and CPI inflation in the emerging market economy end up significantly higher than in the advanced economy. While we don't show this here, a very large interest rate hike would be required in the emerging market to fully curb inflationary pressures on account of poorly anchored inflation expectations. It is thus unsurprising that emerging market central banks seek additional tools to improve output inflation trade-offs. Now, this slide considers how FXI, foreign exchange intervention, could affect the policy frontier of a vulnerable emerging market affected by a flight to safety scenario reminiscent of the onset of the COVID pandemic. In particular, apart from the portfolio capital outflow shock considered previously, the exercise is driven by negative persistent shocks to productivity and intertemporal preferences occurring domestically and abroad. These make the borrowing constraints bind under standard Taylor rules, the solid blue line, with a case in which authorities additionally sell FXI, depicted by the dashed red line. The simulation shows that FXI can significantly reduce the depreciation of the exchange rate, allowing monetary policy to be more accommodative on account of more muted inflationary pressures. The upshot is that this policy allays the stagflationary effects of the crisis scenario, reducing inflation while boosting output and exerting even larger expansionary effects on domestic demand, since real net exports improve less. The gains in macroeconomic stability are particularly large if the intervention is strong enough for the economy to prevent a sudden stop, which is the case in this example. In the medium run, however, the stronger exchange rate and domestic demand under FXI translate into less trade balance improvement and consequently a slower accumulation of net foreign assets. This creates an intertemporal trade-off for policymakers as preventing a deep recession today comes at some cost of higher vulnerability in the future. Overall, there are some longer run costs associated with FXI. The ability to improve near-term inflation output trade-offs makes them less attractive, especially in the case of fairly transient shocks. The appeal is somewhat diminished, however, as the shock becomes more protracted. While FXI is still improving near-term policy trade-offs, they weaken the turnaround of the domestic borrowing that is needed to lower the risk of another stop. Now, having said of that, of course, FXI should be used sparingly. Given the trade-offs associated with the use of FXI, our work on the IPF recommends against the indiscriminate use of FXI. FXI is appropriate only where frictions are identified and only where shocks are large. FXI should not be used to maintain a misaligned exchange rate or to substitute for warranted macroeconomic adjustments. And FXI is no substitute for deep markets, healthy balance sheets, and strong institutions. Moreover, the benefits of FXI always need to be weighed against the possible negative impacts on central bank credibility and long-term consequences. Central banks should be mindful of their reserves levels and avoid running down reserves, especially as adverse conditions may persist for some time. Beyond FXI, other tools such as macroprudential policies are crucial in mitigating the adverse impact of changes in global risk tolerance. Countries should build buffers where possible and set macroprudential policies to safeguard financial stability while considering country-specific circumstances and the near-term economic challenges. They should tighten selected macroprudential tools as needed to tackle elevated vulnerabilities. Finally, and this is to conclude my remarks today, let me talk about the institutional view, which was recently reviewed by the IMF. The institutional view has always recognized that capital flow measures, in addition to FX intervention and macroprudential tools, CFMs, capital flow measures, can also be part of the toolkit to respond to shocks. When faced with outflows, countries can introduce temporary outflow CFMs in imminent crisis circumstances and ease existing inflow CFMs. Such policy actions can be useful to support the needed macroeconomic adjustment for crisis countries without substituting for warranted macroeconomic adjustments. The logic of the usage of CFMs within the IPF model is very similar to the one of FXIs. The revision of the IV, which took place this year, introduced important policy changes, especially allowing for preemptive CFM MPMs on inflows, which over time may serve to make countries more resilient to the type of shocks we are currently observing. Let me stop here and turn back to Hyun.
Thank you very much, Tobias, for giving us that very insightful presentation on how complementary tools can really help to improve the trade-offs in monetary policy and fiscal policy. I think Tobias's presentation gives us a very good sense of how much the analytical thinking has progressed in the international financial institutions. And that's certainly also the case at the BIS, where we have conducted very similar work and have come to very similar conclusions. Now, in this discussion, in the multilateral setting, the OECD is a very important voice. So our next speaker is Winfried Blaschke from the OECD, who will give us the perspective from the OECD, in particular from the vantage point of the Code on Capital Market Liberalization of the OECD. Winfried.
Thank you. Indeed, this fits very well with the end of Tobias' presentation on the capital flows. I'll take a few minutes to look at the flows themselves, and then get into the policy measures, and then discuss the two frameworks of the IMF and the OECD. In terms of flows, maybe if we could have a quick look first at the FDI flows, which we collect at the OECD. Okay, yes, thank you. With the OECD Direct International Investment Statistics. There you'll see that actually FDI flows have been on an upward trajectory. Last year, they actually surged by 88%, above pre-pandemic levels, driven by high earnings of foreign-owned business not distributed to parents. Greenfield investment was also well above pre-COVID levels in advanced economies, but still weak in emerging economies. And we saw a further increase in the first quarter of this year of 28%. And you can see there. Of course, what we don't have yet is the impact of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We don't know yet what will happen with FDI flows going forward. There's always a lag in the FDI statistics. And then quickly on portfolio flows. From emerging market economies, we've seen strong outflows. You'll see that the first thing in March 2020 was related to COVID. And then at the end of this chart, you will see the drop beginning of this year. And this is just the first few months. And you will see this was already larger than the drop post-COVID, if you aggregate it. Now, if we go to the measures. So at the OECD, we're also monitoring, of course, the measures that countries are taking regarding capital flows, mainly of the OECD members, but not only. We have a specialized group in the OECD that monitors the capital flows. And here you can see this chart. I don't have time to go through all of it, but you'll see that post 2008, there was a substantial liberalization of restrictions on outflows and some reintroduction of inflow restrictions. So this includes, just to clarify, it includes capital flow and macroprudential measures. And then during the COVID crisis, what we have not seen is, or seen very little of, was outflow restrictions. So those were almost not used, but what we've seen is a loosening of inflow restrictions. And those now at the, in late 2020 were reversed, so going back to the pre-COVID state. Then quickly, looking at at inflow and outflow periods, surges and policy responses. According to our research, the inflow measures are more likely to be reintroduced during or right after surge episodes than before episodes, which again is a question that came up this morning if we are behind the curve or not. It's also the question in capital flow measures, of course, and macroprudential measures. Macroprudential policy appears to be tightened ex post in emerging markets. And then on the outflows, we haven't seen a clear pattern in the use of outflows of macroprudential tools. But we've seen that an easing of inflow controls in stop and flight episodes has been helpful in some cases. Outflow controls are rarely tightened. It's typically a last resort tool in crises. Okay, now coming to the policy frameworks. As you know, the main policy frameworks for capital flows are the OECD's Capital Movements Code and the IMF institutional view that Tobias mentioned just now. There's a lot of questions that we get on in the G20 and also in our groups to clarify how the two frameworks relate to each other and if they are compatible, if they are coherent. So quickly for background, the OECD Code, it's one of the founding instruments of the OECD. It dates from 1961. It's a legally binding framework, a set of mutual rights and obligations on capital flows. It was last revised in 2019, and I'll talk a little bit, if I have some time, about the revisions. But the review that we did in 2019 introduced more flexibility for certain measures affecting capital flows. There was a whole list of things that were changed there. I will just mention one of them, which was the introduction of so-called case-by-case assessments of restrictions on FX liabilities of financial institutions, which is typically a big issue, including, has been an issue for Korea, of course. And there, under the revised code now, the OECD committee that reviews such measures can do a case-by-case assessment, taking into account all the circumstances of the country's introduction of such measures, which provides a lot of flexibility, rather than to follow just clear legal rules. Of course, you have a kind of a tension there. Some countries, they want clear rules of the road for this. But in this case, it's a very comprehensive assessment. And the OECD committee in charge of this has already done several such assessments, and in all those cases considered that there were not restrictions and that the country did not need reservations for those. The second framework that, of course, everyone knows more about probably, the IMF institutional view, which was also just revised, but it's a different type of framework. It's a framework for policy advice. It's not a legally binding agreement. And there again, the focus of the review was in many respects very similar. There was a flexibility introduced on preemptive inflow, CFM MPMs, under certain circumstances, plus a number of other measures was clarified or introduced, plus additional guidance for certain measures. So we've actually looked in quite some detail on the differences and on the two reviews. We've just had this Monday in the OECD, the group that looks at this, a whole day meeting focusing almost exclusively on this issue. So it seems the two reviews of both frameworks have led to additional coherence, so they brought them closer together. There may be a number of issues where we have to do some follow-up work and do additional analysis, both on the fund side and on the OECD side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Winfried. So let's change gears now and let's go back to the strong dollar. That's a very important theme for us today and in the recent period. And we're very fortunate to have Professor Charles Engel from the University of Wisconsin, who will talk to us about the implications of the strong dollar right now and give us some perspective on where we are relative to historical experience. So Charles, over to you.
Thanks, Yoon. So let me begin by complimenting Hiranya on his detailed analysis of the problems of fiscal deficits and debts in the low-income and middle-income countries. And I want to complement his discussion by focusing a bit on monetary policy, in particular on the value of the US dollar, which Maury also touched on quite a bit. So as you know, the dollar has appreciated sharply since early 2021, and that's true against a broad index and also true for the dollar against advanced economies and emerging markets. And because consumer prices adjust slowly, that's reflected in real exchange rates as well. And it's typical, actually, of the dollar to appreciate in times of global stress, which is a point I'm going to come back to in a minute. But actually, the dollar now is approaching all-time highs. It's nearly to its 1984 value in terms of its real value. So here is a broad dollar index, and this goes back a little bit before 2008, but I'm focusing here on the recent last couple of years where the increase is a real appreciation of the dollar. But even against emerging markets, you see the same behavior. This chart goes back a little bit further. It goes back to the mid-1990s, and you can see that already in real terms, the value of the dollar is higher than it has been during this entire period. But as I mentioned just a minute ago, it's actually approaching the all-time highs, which Maury referred to in the early 1980s. And this is similar set of graphs for a set of middle-income countries, somewhat shorter time span, but again, you can see the dollar has appreciated against this set of countries over the last year and a half. It's not true of the dollar against all middle-income countries. The dollar hasn't appreciated against, for example, the oil exporting countries like Mexico and Colombia and Brazil, but it is a general phenomenon. And I just want to, first of all, point to a couple of implications of this. And one of the kind of more interesting ones for me is looking at the implications for the prices of food and oil. So this chart here starts by, it's an IMF chart which emphasizes the importance of food and energy prices have been in the recent global inflation. So the food prices and energy prices feed into the yellow and the two blue parts of the graph. And so they have had a pretty large direct effect on global inflation. But also a recent IMF study has argued that second round effects, in this case of oil price increases, are bigger when inflation is already high. So, if you look not only at the direct effect of oil and food prices on inflation, but also the second round effects in terms of increasing wage demands, the effect of these oil and food price increases have been pretty substantial. But here's what I think is kind of neat, is that if you think in terms of the dollar, the price of oil has increased about 100% since early 2021. But if you look at other currencies like the euro or the pound or the yen or the Thai baht or the Malaysian ringgit, it's been actually a lot more. It's been as much as a 163% increase in Japanese yen terms. And it's almost paradoxical because essentially the law of one price holds for the price of oil. But of course, this difference has to do with the appreciation of the dollar against these currencies. So it's amplified the effect of the increase in the price of oil when expressed in terms of their own currencies. Well, what's the implication of that? Well, if you think that oil price increases and food price increases are feeding in as a cost push shock into inflation, it means that the dollar appreciation has amplified the cost push shock for many other countries outside of the United States throughout the world. So that's one channel through which the dollar appreciation has worsened the inflation output trade-off for other countries. But there are other channels as well. And Maury Opsfeld mentioned the price of imports. And I just want to emphasize that it's not just imports from the US that are priced in dollars. As Geeta Gopinath and her co-authors have emphasized, there's a lot of international trade is invoiced in dollars, even if the trading countries are not the US. So for example, trade between Japan and Chile might be denominated in dollars. So this chart, the part I've circled here, shows that about half of world trade is invoiced in dollars. Now that's the blue bar. The yellow bar is the euro, which is also substantial, but almost all of that, not almost all, but much of that trade, certainly most of it is intra-European trade, where the change in the value of the euro wouldn't influence the relative prices for the trading partners. But since much of trade is denominated in dollars, an appreciation feeds through into an appreciation of the dollar feeds through to an increase in prices of imports in terms of local currencies. So here I'm saying, well, the dollar appreciation increases inflationary pressure, which many speakers have already mentioned. But I want to do this little thought experiment, because the exchange rate is not just some exogenous variable, and the dollar appreciation isn't just something that hits countries and that's something they can't control. So the thought experiment I want to do is, suppose that the US and the rest of the world were completely symmetric. They were both equally vulnerable to these supply shocks, equally vulnerable to COVID. Of course they're not, but let's do that thought experiment for a minute. And suppose that they followed the same monetary policy in response to these shocks. Well, then I would argue that maybe the exchange rate wouldn't change at all. So in other words, my point is that the value of the dollar depends not only on what the US is doing, but also what other countries are doing. So my first point here is that part of the reason the dollar has appreciated is that the markets perceive that the Fed is going to be tightening more than many other countries. And that's perfectly reasonable, because the effect of some of these shocks, especially the energy price shocks, have hit other countries more than the US. The natural gas in Europe, Japan and Korea are big oil importers, while the US has basically got a trade balance in energy. So it's natural that they are going to not want to tighten monetary policy as much as the US, but in that case, the tight monetary policy is feeding back and making because of the appreciation of the dollars, making the inflation output trade-off worse for other countries. But that's not all, because actually there's an important asymmetry that even if we were in a world where the US and other countries were following the same monetary policy, I would argue that the dollar would appreciate anyway. And that's because I think there's a large liquidity effect on the value of the dollar. So you see this during times of global financial stress, like the global financial crisis or the dash for cash in March 2020, when there was a big increase in demand for liquid dollar assets, and that led to an increase in the value of the dollar. Equally, or maybe not equally, but also during times of global monetary contraction, dollar liquidity is scarce. And so my point here is that even if all countries were following the same monetary policy as the US, that we would see an appreciation of the dollar because of the contraction of the supply of liquid dollar assets. And so here, this chart is just showing you in 2008 and again in March 2020, those are the shaded areas, the appreciation of the dollar, which were times of increased demand for dollar liquid assets. And this chart, the one on the left, the red line which spikes during the global financial crisis is a measure of the liquidity yield on US Treasury assets relative to the liquidity yield of in the other G10 countries. And then the dark blue line is the value of the dollar, where here a decrease means an appreciation of the dollar. And then the scatter point is, on the right side is showing you the relationship between this liquidity yield and the value of the dollar. And again, here the point is that it's the value of liquidity, not just the monetary policy per se, that is helping to drive the value of the dollar. So, you know, the upshot, again, is that even if countries were sort of, you know, just, I mean, the US might think, oh, we're so good, we're following this tight monetary policy, and if only other countries would follow us, the dollar wouldn't appreciate. But I don't think that's right because of the contraction of liquidity. And then it's not just the inflation output trade-off that matters, but as Tobias has talked about and Hoon talks about a lot, the appreciation of the dollar affects financial stability. A large portion of internationally held debt is denominated in dollars, and a dollar appreciation increases the local currency value of that debt. Now that threat's at least partly mitigated by the fact that many central banks hold a lot of dollar reserves, and the US has extended dollar swap lines. So here, the leftmost bar chart is showing you the fraction of world reserves in dollars, which is high, but the next line is showing you how much of internationally held debt is denominated in dollars, which is even higher. And actually, this chart, which I don't really have time to explain, but is from the BIS, and the point of this chart is that there's still a problem, even with all these swap lines that have been extended by the Fed. So the left chart is showing you the amount of funding of private banks throughout the world in dollars. But what the right chart is showing is that is the vulnerability of the banking system in many countries, in the following sense that countries that whose banks have a lot of funding in dollars, most of it is offshore, meaning they're not funding, or much of it anyway, they're not being funded through affiliates in the US where dollar liquidity is more available, but they're being funded in their own countries. But the striking thing about this chart, and that's the orange line, is that the most vulnerable countries, the ones that have the most dollar funding coming from outside the US, are actually in countries that don't have dollar swap lines. So, you know, I want to conclude by just, you know, talking about something Maury talked about, which is monetary policy cooperation. But I want to think about it from the US standpoint, because the US will just say we are not interested in cooperation. I mean, they don't say it in that many words, but they do still say it. And they say, well, the US, the Fed's objective is mandated to be inflation and employment, and not anything international. And to some extent, you know, it's understandable the US is not very open to trade, since trade is denominated in dollars, the expenditure switching effect is small. Now, one thing that is important for the US but seems to be ignored is that an appreciation actually does have a significant effect on the wealth of Americans, because the U.S. holding of foreign assets is about 100% of U.S. GDP. So to the extent that those assets are denominated in foreign currency, a dollar appreciation has a significant effect on reducing U.S. wealth. But nonetheless, I don't think that the Fed considers that in making monetary policy. They're fully focused on inflation and employment in the U.S. Let me just conclude. I do have one thing to say about it, but so just to recapitulate, the dollar does put this extra inflationary pressure on other countries. The economies in the rest of the world are already more stressed by the effects of energy price increases, but the flight to safety effect, this demand for liquidity, worsens the problem by appreciating the dollar. There appears to be this gain from cooperation if the U.S. would only do something about the dollar. I don't think the U.S. is going to orient monetary policy toward affecting the dollar. Of course, as Tobias said, individual countries can do sterilized intervention. The Fed is not going to undertake sterilized intervention to affect the value of the dollar. But let me just leave one thought, that I do think that the one thing that the Fed could consider is its balance sheet policy. So they might focus on the policy rate for fighting inflation, but I think the Fed might consider slowing down the contraction of its balance sheet, because I think the balance sheet is primarily working through its effect on the supply of liquid dollar assets. And so they could provide more liquidity by not contracting the size of the balance sheet so quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles. Next, it's going to be Dr. Kongratulatory from the KDI, who will link everything and bring it back to monetary policy and the challenges facing monetary policy right now. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. The main topic I prepared for today's discussion is about high inflation and monetary policy. Dr. Koje shared his valuable insights into high inflation and weak growth, and I too believe that supply shocks are pushing inflation and slowing growth. The stance of monetary policy to curb inflation is adding pressure to economic growth. In this regard, I'm going to start to talking about the ongoing supply shock, inflation, and monetary policy. I like the number 3. The rapid rise in these 3 variables is posing a huge challenge to the global economy. First, this persistently high inflation is signaling a warning, reminding us of the oil shocks of the 1970s. Core inflation, excluding highly volatile items, already exceeded the 2% target. In response, most central banks are rapidly raising their policy rates. The dollar is strengthening as the US is bracing for higher and faster rate hikes. Next is about high inflation and monetary policy. As for high exchange rates, please check the discussion by my advisor, Professor Engel. Let me account for 3 factors that have caused the recent inflation and affected the course of monetary policy response. First, supply shock has lasted much longer than expected. The bigger challenge is we have no idea of how long this supply shock is going to last. The direction of monetary policy may differ depending on the persistence of this supply shock. If it ends shortly, the central bank can ignore it. High uncertainty of supply shock persistence make it difficult for policymakers to come up with a proper response. Second, in the pandemic, the Fed was constrained by the bound problem. It pursued the stability of expected inflation by promising to continuously offer enough liquid supply. In particular, the Fed's introduction of the average inflation targeting can be compared to allowing higher than target inflation in the recovery phase to come. How well do you think this policy measure worked? Prices rose quickly after a temporary fall. This trade-off is now working the other way around. The Fed is trying to stabilize the midterm inflation expectation and to maintain its credibility by doing so, even facing the economic slowdown. Finally and thirdly, there was a mistake in monetary policy. I'm not here to judge whether the authorities' response and choice in fight against inflation was right or not. Nevertheless, several indicators were giving signs of rising inflation in early 2021. In particular, core PCE was on the rise from the perspective of average inflation target. The gray line indicates the 2% average inflation target. I think that at least at that point, the Fed could have initiated a normalization process. Now, record high inflation is expected to continue. But there's not much talk about the current position of the average inflation targeting. If this policy measure is still in part of the Fed's stance, the inflation needs to be dropped to a very low level for the time being. The gap between blue line and gray line is very huge. That gap should be shrinked. I'm afraid the Fed will seek extreme policies to keep its promise. It has been argued that this persistently high inflation may continue in the long run. Others argue that there are several negative structural factors in the real economy, and inflation will remain elevated as production costs rise. The real economy has gone through various structural shocks, but the proposition that the central bank can achieve the target inflation by adjusting the money supply has rarely been challenged. Financial markets also still expect the inflation will stand at around 2% 5 years later. The series in the figure is a measure of expected inflation over the 5-year period that begins 5 years from today. If the long-term growth rate falls due to the structural factors in the real economy, the real neutral interest rate will also decrease. Low real interest rates means lower nominal interest rates, and the zero lower bound problem may occur more frequently. A sufficiently strong forward guidance may be needed to deal with falling inflation in the face of economic downturn, just like the case during the COVID crisis. If not checked properly, inflation will soar again in the future. It means that inflation may become more volatile in the future. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you very much to all the panelists. And I wonder if we can have Ayhan Koza and Tobias Adrian on the screen so that we can have a wrap-up discussion And while that problem is being solved, let me just share a few thoughts on some of the lessons certainly that I took away from Professor Opsfeldt's presentation this morning, and also from the very good panel discussions we had from the panelists. So one lesson that I took away, Ayhan and Tobias, was the diversity across different countries. So on the one hand, as Hiranya told us, developing economies, low-income economies in particular, are facing very severe challenges from fiscal sustainability and in meeting some of the policy imperatives from the pandemic. On the other hand, Ayhan, you also said that some of the large emerging economies are doing better. Partly it's due to the fact that they are commodity exporters, and perhaps it's also partly the way that they have conducted their policy and in meeting some of the challenges by front-loading their policy hikes. I also saw that in one of the charts earlier that Brazil had a policy rate of in excess of 12%, which from a country that has a lot of experience in inflation, I think reflects some of the urgency in that preemptive response. So one question that I would have for both you, Ayhan, and Tobias is to talk to us about some of the diversity across countries. So that's one question. The second question is about the dollar, because that's a very important theme of our discussion today. And as Professor Opsfeldt described, and he mentioned Korea in particular, if you look at the effective exchange rate of the Korean won, that is very much in line with the historical range. If you look at the real effective exchange rate, the won seems quite strong relative to its trading partners. And that clearly reflects the situation in Asia, the value of the renminbi in China and other trading partners of Korea in Asia, as well as in Europe. So, so that's really putting a very much spotlight on what Charles was talking about, which is the impact of the broad dollar index. So that's the second question that I would have for the panelists. So how should we think about the exchange rate channel? If we look at the effective exchange rate, it seems very much in line with historical evidence. If we look at the bilateral exchange rate relative to the dollar, that seems to be where many of the financial strain seems to be coming through. And the third question that I have for you, and this is engaging the discussion between Winfried and Tobias, is the policy response. So, we have spent the last 10 to 12 years after the global financial crisis in strengthening our macroprudential frameworks. So we have learned our lessons from the 2008 crisis. That was a crisis when the banking sector came under severe strain. The banking system is considerably stronger than before, and even during the pandemic shock, we had a very resilient banking sector that could offer a bulwark of support for the financial system. Instead, the vulnerabilities seem to be migrating to the non-bank intermediaries, so-called the NBFIs, non-bank financial intermediaries, and that's where we are seeing some of the signs of stress together with a stronger dollar. So the question that I would have in that regard is, how successful has the effort been since the global financial crisis in strengthening our prudential frameworks? Since 2008, we now have Basel III, which Tobias knows very much about, and of course Basel III comes from the BIS, so this is something that's also very familiar to us at the BIS. And it's very appropriate that we're having this conference in Korea, because in 2010, during Korea's presidency of the G20, there was a very strong effort to put in place the debate on the frameworks for macroprudential resilience. And in a way, Tobias's presentation, I think, is showing the fruit of that initial discussion. So we're seeing the outcome of that debate. And I think it's a very important step in that policy progression. So those are my three questions. So firstly, how do we see the diversity across economies? Secondly, how should we look at the exchange rate? Is it the effective exchange rate, or should it be more the bilateral exchange rate? And which is more important for looking at trade on the one hand versus financial conditions on the other? And thirdly, how ready are we to meet the challenges given the progress that we have made in our prudential frameworks? So let me first of all turn over the microphone to you, Ayhan, and then I will ask Tobias next to come in. Ayhan.
Thank you, Chuyun. There are three questions here, and I think the time is limited. I'm just going to focus on the first question. I hear this question a lot when I interact with financial market participants, actually. There is this perception out there, there is quite a bit of diversity, and some countries are in a better position to be kind of resilient in the face of a global shock, which is the kind of the tightening of monetary policies and to some extent fiscal policies worldwide. And that's true. When you look at, for example, the forecast, what happened in the first half of this year, we downgraded the forecast of commodity importers, more than 85% of them. In the case of commodity exporters, especially energy importers, more than 60% of them ended up getting forecast upgrades. So depending on the evolution of commodity prices, we might see growth prospects diverging. Having said that, as we have seen in recent months, even oil exporters will see weaker prospects going forward if we get into this zone of very sharp decline in economic growth, because global recessions also come with sharp declines in the prices of oil, as well as, of course, especially metals. And then you have the natural gas. There are different forces there, given the conditions in Europe, and the possibility of course, oil used to produce electricity if necessary, that could affect the price dynamics. So depending on the kind of the export composition, and of course, depending on the policy space, whatever available, the country conditions will differ. One important issue in the context of emerging market developing economies, how their inflation expectations are going to react to the type of increases, persistent increases in inflation, these upside surprises. And that's something we need to pay attention to. When you look at what happened to the sensitivity of inflation expectations to inflation increases, over time, advanced economies have seen a significant decline in this sensitivity. In fact, prior to the kind of the pandemic, our estimations suggested that inflation expectations do not respond to changes in inflation in advanced economies. If you look at, 5-year ahead inflation expectations to changes in inflation over the next 6 months. Now, when you look at emerging market developing economies, monetary policy frameworks have improved, but still inflation expectations remain sensitive to changes in inflation, especially increases in inflation, especially when these increases are persistent. The degree of persistence has declined over time, but it is still significant and above zero. What does that mean? That means that advanced economies might end up actually overcoming the inflation problem earlier than emerging market and developing economies deliver this better inflation outcome. And this global shock might end up having a protracted period of higher inflation in emerging market economies than what we ultimately see in advanced economies. So let me stop there. I know the time is limited and you asked multiple questions. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Ayhan. Tobias, why don't you take any of those three questions, or all of them, if you wish?
Yeah, I was going to give a quick answer to each of these three questions. So on the first question, I fully agree that there continues to be differentiation across countries. Countries that are hit hardest at the moment are the low-income countries. There's a food crisis, there's debt crisis in many countries, and capital is flowing out. The second hardest hit are commodity importers, emerging markets that are commodity and food importers. They are generally somewhat stronger than the lower income countries, but the import prices are, of course, a challenge. Thirdly, are of course commodity exporters that have been helped by the rise in prices and then followed by the advanced economies. But of course, there's the risk of disorderly tightening of financial conditions. What we have seen so far, which is pretty impressive by historical standards, is that the tightening of financial conditions that has been a consequence of the tightening of monetary policy has been fairly orderly. We haven't seen the kind of dash for cash dynamics that we saw in 2020, but there's of course a heightened risk of disorderly tightening. And if this disorderly tightening were to occur, then it could very well be the case that the differentiation disappears and there's a generalized sell-off across countries. That's the answer to my first question. Concerning the second question, a depreciation is an important shock absorber for the macroeconomy. And that works very well for advanced economies, where depreciations are an adjustment process that helps to absorb shocks. But of course, for emerging markets, that is not that easy because there are additional frictions. So the two frictions I pointed to in particular are financial frictions, borrowing constraints, for example, as well as imperfect credibility of monetary policy. And in the presence of those frictions, the sharp depreciations have adverse side effects. And this is where capital flow measures or FX interventions can helpfully complement traditional monetary policy tightening. Thirdly, on prudential policy, I fully agree with Dr. Shin's assessment that the banks are in better shape. I would caveat that to some extent. In advanced economies, we do see a lot of strength, but in some emerging markets, there is actually some degree of weakness in the banks. So in adverse scenarios, we do see quite a bit of capital depletion in emerging markets, even though, of course, capital levels are much higher today than 10 years ago. The second worry, of course, is that the higher capital requirements in the banks have driven some of the credit intermediation activity into the non-banks that are not necessarily prudentially regulated, right? They are regulated for conduct, for investor protection, but not necessarily for prudential reasons. And this is where we had a lot of concerns in 2020 in the Dash for Cash episode that was certainly playing out in the non-bank financial sector. So there are further reform efforts that are needed here. Let me stop.
Thank you, Tobias. Let me turn to the panelists. Yes, Hiranya.
I just wanted to say something. Again, what I'm saying from my experience of dealing with the policymakers on a daily basis from the Asia-Pacific region. Now, one particular point I see that is very important now, that the policymakers in the countries, I'm talking about countries in the Pacific region, small countries, I'm talking about Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, India, Armenia, Georgia. So they are the main priorities are right now to how do we provide food at a reasonable price, how do we ensure that employment opportunities are there after COVID-19 pandemic, how do we ensure that we do everything without jeopardizing our debt sustainability. Now, as Professor Angel said, that whether Fed had taken a tough monetary policy stance or not, the dollar would have appreciated. But look at a counterfactual scenario that can we believe that the life would have been different in those small island countries, small countries without dollar appreciation? So it is in this context, one particular point what Professor Obstfeld has highlighted, the last part of his lecture, Professor Angel has highlighted that do we see macroeconomic implications of coordination failure? Or what are the role of the, do we have enough coordination from IMF to offer a better world to the developing countries, and those, especially those who are oil importing countries, importing food. So the coordination failure, I think, is also another fourth issue or fourth questions after your three important issues.
Thank you very much, Hiranya. We could do this all day, but Winfred, I think you're ready to make a point. Go ahead.
Yes, just very quickly on your third question, because you mentioned the Basel rules, and on many of those, of course, it's true. It still remains to be seen how effective all of them are. In terms of the capital flows framework, we've tried to accommodate those as much as possible. Talking about, for example, the liquidity ratios, now under the OECD code, it's possible to use even FX differentiated liquidity ratios without running into any issues with the code. And the IMF framework has also accommodated these measures, so that should help. And yeah, just to agree on the NBFIs, a lot of businesses move there, and we don't still know, there are much fewer measures, so we don't know if those are effective. And yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
Very good. Thank you very much to all the panelists. Thank you to Ayhan and Tobias for joining us virtually. And thank you to all the other participants. This has been a really terrific session. And together with Professor Obstfeld's lecture, I think we learned a tremendous amount this morning. Thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you very much to our moderator and the panelists for leading this session smoothly. Thank you very much as well for the active debate. Yes, so we were able to discuss the value of the world economy and monetary policies, as well as the necessary factors of global financial stability. Thank you very much once again to all participants on and offline as well. So we'll take a little break. So after your beautiful lunch, we would like to start session 2 of today's conference at 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, we'd like to ask all the participants to be seated prior to 2 o'clock. Thank you very much for your cooperation. 고맙습니다. And I'd like to make an announcement for our participants on site. Your meals, your lunch will be served at your seats. So please wear a mask except when eating food. Thank you very much. We'd like to serve your meals, serve your lunch at your seat. Thank you.
This is the English channel. We are testing the English channel for simultaneous interpretation. We are testing the English channel. This is the English channel.
네, 저희 잠시 안내드리겠습니다. 곧 오후 세션이 진행이 될 예정입니다. 참석자 여러분께서는 안으로 들어오셔서 자리 착석 부탁드리겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The afternoon session will begin shortly. I cordially ask all the participants to come inside and take your seat. Thank you so much for your cooperation. And as your favorite talk, please turn off your cell phone or put them on silent mode to minimize interruption during this ceremony. 그리고 한 번 더 핸드폰 무음 모드로 바뀌어져 있는지 확인 부탁드리겠습니다. 역시 영어로 진행이 될 예정이고요. 동시 통역 서비스 제공됩니다. 한국어는 1번, 영어는 2번 채널 사용하시면 되겠습니다. For the afternoon session, this will be proceeding in English as well, but simultaneous interpretation will be provided you. Please use your receivers, channel 1 for Korean, 2 for English. Thank you so much cooperation. 고맙습니다. So now, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope you did enjoy your beautiful lunch, and would like to start the afternoon session from now on. So first of all, before we start the session, we have something very special waiting for us today. This distinguished person was not able to make it here in person, but he just shared with us the special remarks via video clip. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you Mr. Perry Rajo from Bank Indonesia. Let us look at the video clip.
My dear friend, Vice Minister of Economic and Finance, Republic of Korea, President, Korea for Development Institute, distinguished speaker, G20 delegates, colleagues from ministries, central banks, government, and financial institutions, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to deliver this special remark at this very important seminar, which is Global Financial Stability Conference. Let me start by thanking Ministry of Economic and Finance as well as Korea Development Institute that invite me to deliver this remark. This is indeed a very important seminar at this very unprecedented time, where global, every of us facing very high inflation, stemming from global supply chain disruption, coming from the war in Ukraine. Global economy are on the downturn. Some countries facing risk of stagflation, even recession. Global interest rates are rising, accelerated at the very fast pace, especially in the US as well as in Europe. This is challenging for us. How best we formulate the policy to maintain the stability, but at the same time also supporting the economic growth. Let me just cite the 5 following points that also being implemented in Indonesia and hope that will also be useful for other countries. One, on the interest rate policy response. We have to understand where is the inflation coming from. Some countries facing high rise inflation both because from the supply shock as well as demand increase. This is where actually aggressive interest rate needed. But other countries, many of them in emerging countries, especially also in Indonesia, our inflation pressure mostly coming from global spillover of high energy and food prices from the war in Ukraine and supply disruption. So we have to be careful in addressing, responding on interest rate policy. In our view, more gradual interest rate policy are more proper to mitigate the risk of rising inflation expectation while at the same time not mitigating, not dampening the risk of slowing down growth. That's number one on the interest rate policy response. Second, on the need for the stabilization of the exchange rate through the intervention. This is important so that the exchange rate depreciation do not giving more high risk to the inflation, the imported inflation. Of course, we have to do on the FX intervention, not of course dampening the works on the market mechanism. We need to do the foreign exchange intervention to ensure the stability of the exchange rate so that mitigating the imported inflation according to market mechanism to dampen the volatility of the exchange rate. Number three, we have to also coordinate with the government on the fiscal side. Some countries, including Indonesia, have the fiscal space, not mitigating the risk of normalization of fiscal sustainability, but also have fiscal space to give more subsidy, especially for the needy, so that the impact of high rise in energy and food have more balance or more lower impact to the energy and food prices on the CPI. I think this is very important, giving subsidy to those needed. In that case, the risk of inflation is not as high in other countries where the fiscal space is limited. Indonesia, we work closely, fiscal and monetary policy coordinated, the fiscal policy giving subsidy so that our inflation last month is 4.6%, probably rising to 5.5%, but still the core inflation is very low, still 3%. So that last month we responding, of course, 25 basis point, and of course we are ready to increase our interest rate, but we understand that our response of interest rate is not as aggressive in other countries where fiscal space is limited. Number four, which is the need for macroprudential policy, so that the risk of inflation, interest rate increase, exchange rate do not transmit to the financial stability. More accommodative macroprudential is needed through loan-to-value ratio or other aspect of instrument, so that the lending of the bank and financial system to the real sector still continue, while also mitigating the risk of systemic to the financial stability. In Indonesia, we continue relax our macroprudential, giving some incentives so bank continue to give a lending. Our lending now growing by 10.2%. Even SME lending growing by 18% with the coordination of course, macroprudential and financial system stability. And five, the adequacy of foreign exchange reserve is needed to ensure the stability of exchange rate, to ensure, of course, the well-financing foreign exchange market, as well as also to ensure the external stability. At this juncture, the need of the international coordination on the global financial stability net is important. The role of IMF is called for to ensure giving enough financing or lending or facility to ensure especially emerging and developing countries, have more capability to withstand this unprecedented global situation, which is giving rise to high inflation and slowing down economic growth. This is the 5 lessons that we do in Indonesia. So we are positive in our Indonesia economic prospect. We are expecting our economic growth last quarter is 5.4%. This quarter will be more than 5.5%. We continue supporting our economic growth. Our inflation, yes, higher than our targeted level, 3% plus minus 1%, but still comparably low than other country. We are expecting our inflation somewhere about 5.5%, but still okay. Our exchange rate is depreciated, the lowest among the emerging country, depreciating about 4%, while our financial stability continue to be sound with high capital adequacy ratio, lending continue to be growing, and of course, our economic recovery continue. With that, this 5 lessons that we experience in Indonesia, hope that give some more reference to other country. Let me once again thanks for this occasion and hope this seminar give more input, more reference in the way we coordinate and responding to this unprecedented global economic and financial condition. With that, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Periwarjo, for your remarkable speech and for not forgetting to send us a message for us. Thank you very much once again. Now we'd like to start the session to the role of global financial safety net. So first of all, we'd like to invite the moderator and the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a big round of applause to the stage. Would you please come up to the stage? Thank you so much. We will be able to think about the role of financial safety nets and what we should be protecting through this session, we believe. And before I hand over the microphone, I'd like to inform our panelists and the presenters on stage. Please take the podium as you just give your presentation. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Now please allow me to introduce the moderator for this session. We'll have the President of Global Solutions Initiative, Dennis Snowa. So Dennis, would you please begin the session? I would like to hand over the microphone. Yes, you can just proceed the session sitting on the chair, and our presenters will take the podium. Thank you.
Well, I'm delighted and honored to be chair of this great session. We've got a great lineup of speakers and panelists about a terribly important subject that picks up the implications of the subject matter that was discussed this morning. And we will be focusing on the global financial safety net, which traditionally involves countries' international reserves, bilateral swap arrangements among central banks, regional financial arrangements, IMF, and similar institutional support. And the question that we will be asking here is how well does this global financial safety net operate in the light of the problems that we face and that have been repeated a number of times this morning. The problem of indebtedness, particularly of poorer and developing countries. And in addition, we will be considering issues of governance, governance of international financial institutions, not only in supplying short-term liquidity, but also in asking whether this governance structure could be reformed in order to better fulfill the functions that a global financial safety net can be expected to fulfill, both in terms of representation as well as the financial capacity and the financing methods of the financial institutions underlying the global financial safety net. I'd like to start out by mentioning one thing that I think is striking with regard to the discussion so far, which is what all the different contributions had in common was that they were at a very macro level. Aggregate inflation, aggregate output, and many of the problems that we address are actually micro problems. When we talk about, say, energy or food shortages, we talk of energy and food shortages for the most vulnerable people in the most vulnerable countries. And therefore, one thing that I'd like to bring into the discussion concerning the global financial safety net is whether we can deal with both issues, the macro issues in terms of macro stability that is provided by the safety net, but also on how this safety net can be adjusted to actually meet the micro needs that underlie many of our problems. And let me give you one example. It is more than probable, at least in my opinion, that with the Ukraine war and its aftermath, supply chains will, to some degree, decouple, and they will decouple along political lines. And that decoupling, along with a readjustment of supply chains to take into account environmental targets and more resilience, will require investment. Whenever there are a new set of supply chains that need to be formed in order to be more resilient, say, to political and other macroeconomic shocks, investment needs to take place. And investment can take place best when interest rates are low, but now we are in an environment of rising interest rates. And so the question that I'd like to ask is, with regard to short-term issues of short-term stagflation, short-term inflation, to what degree do we need tight monetary policy, and to what degree can tighter fiscal policy, where there is more latitude perhaps to fine-tune it, to target it at preserving the needs and purposes of vulnerable people, to what degree can fiscal policy take over some of the load? And one last question I'd like to ask before handing it over to our prominent speakers is, with regard to inflation generally, I think the underlying assumption has been that regarding global inflation, this lies largely in the hands of the large central banks of important advanced industrialized countries and emerging and developing countries are adjusting to that. The question that I ask myself is, will these large advanced countries that are setting inflation targets implicitly find themselves facing a very difficult choice as inflation rises? The choice between stabilizing inflation and stabilizing the financial system. Because as interest rates rise, one would expect that the probability of financial instabilities rises, and should these instabilities become prominent, in the absence of enough well-developed macroprudential measures, which do not, in my opinion, exist currently, central banks will need to make a choice. And if they choose to preserve the financial system, then we lose an inflation anchor. If they choose to stabilize prices, then we may have a problem on the financial front. So it would be good to include this in the conversation as well. Okay, without further ado, I'd now like to introduce our speakers and our discussants as we go along. I'd like our speakers to restrict themselves to 15 to 20 minutes of presentation, and the discussants to 10 to maximally 15 minutes, depending on how we go. Our first speaker is Alan Taylor from the University of California, Davis. He does not require any introduction. He is well known to us all as a distinguished professor at his university, an associate at NBER and a fellow at CEPR. I don't want to take up your time by citing more and more out of your CV, and instead hand over to you, Alan. We're very interested in your remarks.
Okay, thank you very much, Dennis, for the brief introduction and kind thoughts. It's a pleasure to be here, and I want to thank our hosts, the Ministry of Economy and Finance and the KDI for the kind invitation to speak in this session. My remit was to speak about monetary policy spillovers, financial stability, and the Trilemma. And since not everyone in the audience is obsessive about international macro and finance, I possibly ought to explain what the Trilemma is. It's the tension between three policy goals: fixed exchange rates, free mobility of capital, and autonomous monetary policy. And that's been an active area of research for me, going back to a paper I wrote with Maury Obstfeld back in 1997. And I well remember sitting in Maury's office at Berkeley as we were drawing up this paper and pulling down from the bookshelf the Oxford English Dictionary, 2-volume set, compact edition, with magnifying glass, to check. And so I said to Maury, is this a word? Maybe we should check if it's a word. Turns out it is a word. And it also turns out that Milton Friedman beat us to the punch and actually used this word back in the 1950s, but only in a draft manuscript of his famous paper on the case for flexible exchange rates. And there it remained buried for years and eventually was found in the Stanford archives maybe 5 or 10 years ago. So then we discovered we weren't quite as original as we thought we were. So that started a train of papers with colleagues and co-authors over the subsequent 25 years. And so it's nice to be here with Maury on this anniversary, and perhaps like any anniversary, we're due for some moments of introspection, reflection on what we've learned, and how, or even whether, there are some relevant lessons for today. Now, we're clearly in the midst of what is the first large global cycle of interest rate hikes since the mid-2000s, possibly the largest since the Volcker era. And one big question is, how will this channel through US monetary policy and transmit to the rest of the world, and especially emerging markets? And the Trilemma provides a natural framework to try to answer this question. But the Trilemma has also come under scrutiny recently, and notably in the so-called dilemma view, the role of the exchange rate regime is downplayed, chopping off or at least sanding down one of the corners of the Trilemma. So this presentation will review some evidence and insights from the last 2 decades of research, and argue that maybe the implications of the Trilemma are very different for DMs versus EMs, and also when shocks are local versus global or common. And I will end up by arguing that I think the exchange rate regime is still a very important mediator of spillovers from US monetary and financial shocks. So the framing for my presentation is the question, has the death of the Trilemma been exaggerated? And skeptical members of the audience may already be able to guess that that's a bit of a rhetorical question. And so in the time available, I want to touch on 3 main topics. First, the question of necessary versus sufficient conditions. The idea that even if an open floating exchange rate regime country can exert monetary autonomy, it may choose not to do so. It may not want to do so under some circumstances, which muddies our inferences about whether the Trilemma holds. And we're back here to the question of global versus common shocks, a central plank in things like optimum currency area, ideas and other problems and theories in international finance. So there I'll look at the experience of the last 2 Fed hiking cycles to try and bring that into sharper focus. Second, I want to go into the dilemma view a little bit, the alternative view, and make a few points as to why that view is often exaggerated, perhaps even beyond the intentions of its inventors. For example, only in an extreme case would the Trilemma mean that an open floating exchange rate country would perfectly insulate against all shocks. For example, it would be kind of a corner solution, an opposite extreme to the hardest peg, with no other spillovers being contemplated, and a central bank with perfect information and able to exploit its full powers and enjoy the divine coincidence. Well, there were a lot of conditions there. Good luck finding that in the real world, as opposed to in a theoretical model. In practice, the Trilemma can only say that an open float should be more insulated than an open peg, a matter of degree, not a binary prescription. So I'll talk a little bit about why that's important, and also how it might differ between DM and EM countries. Third and finally, where are we now? I want to touch on some recent research and even discuss some new results, suggesting that empirically the Trilemma is in fact still very relevant for EM economies, both as a mediator of US monetary policy shocks and financial shocks. So let me turn to recent experience as a framing for what follows. And here you see, since the late 1990s, we've seen 4 Fed hiking cycles. I'm showing the Fed funds rate and the 6-month yield, because I'm going to use the 6-month yield in an exercise a little later. The late 90s cycle ended with a stock market crash, a recession. The mid-2000s cycle ended with a housing and a stock market crash and a depression. And the 2 most recent hiking cycles are 2016 to 18, which ended with a reversal as the economy slowed and markets fell, and now 21-22, which is ongoing in the face of mostly supply-driven global inflation shocks, driven by post-COVID supply chain problems, the oil and gas price spikes after Russia launched a war against Ukraine, but also having some sources in the US at least with some substantial fiscal components. Now, looking just at these last 2 cycles, a natural test of the Trilemma might be to ask, okay, we've seen these 2 cycles of hiking, how did it play out in emerging markets? And here I'm going to use BIS policy rates. And first, episode 1, well, it's actually, you know, the most recent episode, what we're going through now, there is not an especially strong negative correlation to suggest any insulation of floats. So here on the vertical axis is the change in the country's policy rate during that hiking cycle of 21-22, and this goes, I think, through July, so there's more hiking after that. And along the horizontal axis is the exchange rate regime classification of Ilzetsky, Reinhardt, and Rogoff, which is categorical from 1 to 15. And here, low means peg at 1, and high at 15 means floating. And I think you can see here there's very clearly no correlation. It's actually a slight positive correlation, but it's not statistically significant. And that goes back to what Charles Engels said, that, you know, there's obviously a lot of variation here in outcomes in the recent hiking cycle. Different emerging markets are hiking to different degrees, and that reflects all kinds of domestic conditions and different degrees of pass-through and so forth, and exposure to different commodities that are imported. But what this picture is saying is that heterogeneity is in no way associated with the exchange rate regime. Right? It's associated with other things, but not their choice of exchange rate regime. And my first point would be, is that defying the trilemma? Well, no, because floats having autonomy, which is unobservable, is not the same as floats using autonomy, which is observable. Right? So theory would tell us that a global common shock, one that hits both floats and pegs and base countries equally, would induce the same optimal response in all cases. And it wouldn't necessarily operate in a different way across pegs and floats. There may be other heterogeneity, but it would be orthogonal. And so that's kind of the story of the recent cycle. We've got a global common shock, but it's not something that particularly elicits different responses across pegs and floats. Well, I think you can see how we're going to be set up here. When we go back to the last cycle of Fed hiking in 2016, 2018, we get a very different picture. Right? We see now that the floats were more isolated. The correlation is negative and significant. And whilst the harder pegs had to raise their rates in keeping with the Fed, there was much more dispersion and different differentiation in the floating rate economies. So that reflected, you know, very different points in the business cycle. The US was recovering at a medium pace. Europe was recovering at a slower pace from the global financial crisis, but emerging markets were maybe further along, hadn't suffered as much. It was a very asynchronized period in the global cycle, and countries had different objectives, and when they were able to express that in a floating rate regime, they were expressing it. So theory would say here, okay, that was a global, not a local shock. Sorry, this was a world of local shocks, not the common shock, which we've seen in the recent period. And so this ought to be a scenario in which the trilemma bites with more force, and it appears that it did. Okay, so to summarize, what I'm trying to point out here in the first part of the discussion are some of the caveats in the application of the trilemma to real-world situations and the perils of empirical validation. Most obviously, the real world is not binary, as in the simplest version of the trilemma theory. There are intermediate exchange rate regimes, intermediate capital control regimes, intermediate degrees of desired monetary policy autonomy. So in these circumstances, the trilemma in and of itself will not exactly predict how exchange rate correlations will turn out unconditionally at all times and in small samples. And most importantly, it will depend on the nature of the shocks, whether they're local or global. And every shock is likely to be a mix of the two, making trouble for empiricists. Identification is not straightforward, and we won't exactly get the clean, natural or quasi-natural experiment that we want each and every time. So, turning back to more historical evidence, and we obviously need a larger sample so that these average responses we see will start to smooth out some of the idiosyncrasies in particular periods. This is the textbook evidence, literally, from my textbook, showing what we would expect for open pegs in panel A, the correlation between their own interest rate and the base rate is strongly statistically significant. It's a little bit less than 1, but it is very strong. For open floats, not so much, not statistically significant, and for closed economies, even less. Now, in these pictures, these are still unconditional correlations. We can't control in this situation for whether shocks are global or local. And probably even if we had those controls, there'd be multiple other things that we couldn't control for as well. But in my work with Maury and with Jay, we've shown that this kind of outcome here is quite consistent with a benchmark model of exchange rate regimes where a typical fixed exchange rate country is not a hard peg. It has some kind of a band, so there's some give and take on the edge. It's more of a managed float or a dirty peg. And there you would expect a pass-through of interest rates from the base to the local economy that is less than 1, but maybe be around 0.5 or a little bit higher. So that part of the historical evidence over a much larger sample is giving you a sense that the trilemma does have some bite. And the other aspect of the textbook presentation here again is to draw out the implications for the real economy. And this draws on Jay's later work, where we see sort of impulse responses for output in pegs and floats using crude bins for fixed and floating exchange rate regimes. And here again, there's a sense that the exchange rate regime matters a lot. Base country interest rate hikes are the treatment here, and that treatment results in responses that are fairly benign in floating exchange rate regimes, the blue bars, whereas in fixed exchange rate regimes, when the base hikes, it tends to be transmitted to a recession in the local economy. And again, this is a large sample result, so we can have a little bit more confidence in that. Let me turn now to the dilemma versus trilemma conflict and the research of the last decade, which has focused heavily on the ways in which shocks transmit from the US to other advanced economies. And that goes back to Ellen Ray's famous paper at Jackson Hole, Dilemma versus Trilemma. And here are some more recent results in that vein from a recent paper, working paper by De Gasperi, Hong, and Rico, using longer and broader panel data to make a similar point. And this is, as the title says, a picture of median responses in advanced economies. These are like local projections, so they're kind of average treatment effects. That's what a local projection is. And it's saying, for a monetary policy shock, how are these transmitted to the other advanced economies from the US? And the answer is there's a strong response. And that is suggestive of a dilemma scenario, because of course most of these other advanced economies are in a floating exchange rate relationship to the US. They are not pegging to the US dollar. Some of them may be in pegged regimes with respect to, say, the euro, like Denmark, for example, or de facto in those kinds of pegs. But here, most countries are floating against the dollar. So what's going on? I would say, and I think Maury would say the same thing here, is that this is not evidence against the trilemma for a variety of reasons. First, as we already noted in the illustrative evidence at the start, global as opposed to local shocks will induce even floats to sometimes implement the same policy as the base. So the average treatment effect will be polluted by some of those correlations, at least in small samples, unless we have some truly immaculate identification or we have a super large sample, and we don't. Second, if the floats are partly managed and not 100% pure floating, that too will pollute and induce a correlation with the base. And we know that exchange rate concerns are often present even in advanced economies. For example, in the UK, where there's an important component of inflation that's driven by import prices. And so the central bank has to, if not explicitly, at least implicitly factor that in to their policy choices. So that's going to, again, tend to give rise to some kind of pass-through from the dollar. Third, some of the influential results in the dilemma debate, starting with Ray's paper, have been focused mostly on a DM sample. And so, that raises the question of, do those results translate as easily into the EM context? The choices are very different there, and we've already heard from other speakers that they have very different dynamics. So we can't really test the trilemma in this way, important as these results might be for the DM countries. What we really need is a clean empirical design that asks side by side for a given well-identified US shock, monetary or financial, what happens in response in the same period in two plausible treatment and control economies, one pegged, one floating, which are in other reasonable respects valid candidates for the comparison. Now that's a lot to ask. That was a long sentence. But we've been making progress on that, and various research has contributed to that, including by Maury and Jonathan Austrian, co-authors at the IMF. And that's what I'm going to focus on in what follows. So an interesting contribution is here from Şebnem Kalelmi-Özkan's paper at Jackson Hole in 2019. It wasn't the main focus of her paper, but I think it's a terrifically interesting result, just showing that here for financial shocks from the VIX, how do they correlate with outcomes in emerging economies? And on the left are managed floats, on the right what she calls free floats. So she's got, again, a binning of countries based on exchange rate flexibility. And she found an incredibly strong correlation in the more fixed regimes, the managed floats, and very little correlation among the free floats. So I want to drill down a little bit further in that spirit in the time remaining and give an overview of three pieces of research, some with co-authors and some on my own now, to try and give you a little flavor of what I think is the direction of research. So here's some work with James Klein and Patrick Hurtgen. Klein is my colleague at Davis, Hurtgen of the Bundesbank. And we were looking at the experience of Germany and the European economies that were pegging to Germany under the European monetary system prior to EMU. Right? And you may ask, what's this got to do with emerging markets? But of course, as we've learned, a lot of peripheral countries in Europe act a lot like emerging markets. Nowadays, that's expressed through sovereign risk deviations. Prior to monetary union, it was expressed through currency risk. Although we still see occasionally exit or redenomination risk bubbling up, for example, in Greece. So here, we wanted to compare shocks emanating from the US with another kind of shock emanating from Germany, the Bundesbank. For that, thanks to Patrick and he's based at the Bundesbank, he was able to get access to the archive and to the history of policy rate discussions and the forecasts that were being used. And for over 500 meetings, going back to 1973, we produce in this paper a new series of Bundesbank policy shocks that can be used as a complement to the existing long-time series of US monetary policy shocks in the spirit of Roma and Roma and some high-frequency identification approaches. And our exercise was to say, okay, now let's look across Europe. Let's pull together all the European economies, some of which were floating, maybe like Britain and Sweden, which were more towards the floating end. Others were more pegged. They were more committed to the EMS project and didn't vary their exchange rate as much, say Austria or the Netherlands. So we create that separation and we say, how do the shocks propagate? And the interesting thing is that it lines up with the trilemma pretty well. A Bundesbank rate increase was passed through to the EMS economies, led to contraction, led to disinflation with statistically significant effects. Those are the blue responses here across the 8 categories of outcome variable. Dollar rate increases, like US monetary policy shocks, hardly passed through at all. The responses were sometimes in the opposite directions, mostly insignificant, and sometimes just looking like noise. So I think this is an interesting historical experiment. It's as close as you can get to the apples-to-apples comparison. You've got two major central banks, the Bundesbank and the Federal Reserve. You observe their shocks, and you can see how do the same economies respond to each. And I think that's a very revealing experiment, and hopefully you and the referees will like that paper. Second of all, I thought I'd do something original just for this conference and went back to the Ilzetsky, Reinhardt, and Rogoff exchange rate regime classification. And I decided I would split it up into 3 bins. I would call the ones with an exchange rate regime categorized as 11 or above here, the blue, as floating. I'd categorize anything 10 and below as pegged, and 6 and below I would call a hard peg. So here you can see it, that, it roughly divides the sample up into equal-sized bins. And I'll ask, how do policy rates for emerging economies over this sample, which is, these are the emerging economies from, you can't see it because the font is so small, 1991 up to 2019. How do emerging economy policy rates, using the BIS data set, respond to Fed shocks in this period? And what do we get? And here I do it two ways, OLS and with instrumental variables. So OLS is just regress local policy rate change. I'm going to use the 6-month Treasury rate, which I explained before was my preferred measure to avoid the zero lower bound problem in the 2010s. And OLS is just a straight regression. IV uses Swanson's high-frequency surprises to Fed policy as an instrumental variable. And what you get here is, again, something quite sensible. The coefficient is close to 0 for the floating category. For the pegs, it's 0.157. For the hard pegs, it's 0.592 and significant with OLS. Apply the instrumental variable, which maybe you should, and the coefficients rise. For the floating countries, 0.38. For pegs, 0.77. And for hard pegs, the pass-through is now above 1, 1.59. So,
if you could bring it to a conclusion.
Right,
please.
a couple of minutes. The last piece of evidence will be from a student of mine who's now at the Kansas City Fed, Johannes Matschke, and he was looking at the spillovers from financial shocks, here measured by the VIX, into emerging market economies, again, dividing them up, peg versus float, and also open versus closed, in line with the categories inside the trilemma. And again, he found results that kind of line up with the standard prescription. Here you can see that for financial spillovers into stock returns, looking out over a horizon up to 8 quarters, for the pegs in yellow on the left versus the floats, the pegs suffer severe drawdowns in their stock markets, strong transmission. The floats suffer a drawdown for a brief period and then a bounce back. Not so much of a difference between open and closed on the right panel. His next figure, housing markets. This is total return to housing. Again, pegs see real housing downturns that are much more slow-moving and persistent. We know that the housing asset price is much more slow-moving. And so you've got a big housing crash transmitted into the peg economies. For the floating economies, much less so. Things just kind of move along benignly. Last piece of evidence, transmission to credit growth. Credit growth stalls in pegs and floats, but it recovers in floats after about 3 quarters. In pegs, credit remains in a credit crunch for much, much longer. So to conclude, I think the lessons of the trilemma still endure. And I want to make just a handful of points here. I've been careful to stress that when we look at this question, we need to take into account the difference between the very distinct cases of DM and EM economies. And I think a lot of the debate, but with some important exceptions in recent years, has been mostly talking about the DM. They are structurally different policy frameworks, different degrees of credibility, different degrees of financialization. And I think the main message is that even in the DM world, where we can get a good empirical design and a clean experiment, the example I gave of Germany and the US, there's still evidence in support of the trilemma. And in EM countries, if anything, the evidence is perhaps even stronger, with spillovers from the US being much more powerful into pegged economies than into floats, whether measured by interest rate transmission, GDP outcomes, stock markets, housing markets, or credit. And I think that leaves us with a lot to be concerned about at the current moment, that the hiking cycle we're in could transmit adverse shocks across the world into EM and DM. But that being said, I think the countries that are able and willing to embrace exchange rate flexibility should be able to better insulate themselves from the turmoil that lies ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. That was absolutely fascinating and extremely relevant for the times that we currently face. Our next speaker is Adnan Mazarai. He's currently non-resident senior fellow at the Peterson Institute. Previously, he was deputy director of the IMF, worked intensively on resolving various financial crises in emerging markets, and is extremely well placed to be on this panel. And without further ado, we very much look forward to your remarks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure to be with you. Up to now, starting with Maury through to Alan, people have described some of the risks and the policy context in terms of global financial stability. My assignment is to discuss the global financial safety net, their governance, and how they're going to be affected by various geopolitical trends. In addition to the geopolitics affecting the safety net, they will also affect capital flows in important ways themselves. For example, it won't be any secret to people that large investors, such as sovereign wealth funds, are working hard to sanction-proof their portfolios. And their investment space may change over time, okay, with implications for concentration of risk, let's say. What are the issues with regard to the safety net? First, what is the safety net? I define it here as others do: resources and frameworks used to address short-term macroeconomic problems. What should it cover? This is a controversy. People don't necessarily address it as such, but it is a controversy. By calling it the global financial safety net, it obviously implies, at least to me, that we're talking about short-term financial risks and liquidity issues. Others may have a broader definition of the safety net. For example, issues of global goods such as financing of vaccines, fighting climate change, etc., etc. Okay? So we have to have in our mind, and certainly the shareholders of the major institutions have to have in their mind, what is it that the institutions that they control should deliver, and how should there be, if any, a division of labor among them. The next question is, how much should the safety net be? And I'll go over some of these issues. What should be its structure, and how it should be governed? Now let's see, maybe I shouldn't be trusted with this, but here we go. Conventionally, the global financial safety net is defined to have 4 components: reserves, bilateral swap lines, and regional financial arrangements, and finally, the IMF. Notice when we call this global, this doesn't necessarily mean everything is controlled for global purposes. For example, reserves are the reserves of individual central banks, and that is the actions they take, which may have an impact, good or bad, on other countries. The multilateral components are the last 3. This conventional definition, of course, misses 2 things. One, many of the multilateral development banks who do provide liquidity services, for example, as Mr. Mukhopadhyay was speaking with regard to the Asian Development Bank. But these functions are not easily separable on their balance sheet, let's say. Next, there are some central banks that do stuff for, especially of the reserve currencies, that take some steps to preserve their own financial system, which effectively help solve global financial problems. For example, the Federal Reserve announcement that it will support the US municipal bond market without even interfering, or without there being any transaction associated with it on the Fed balance sheet, does help this global dollar market, and therefore, in some ways, is part of this. The global financial safety net's composition and size have changed over time, but this is mostly because of the buildup of individual countries' global reserves, which means they have taken it upon themselves to self-insure. Okay? Compared to the world GDP, the global financial safety net has been rising. By another measure, this safety net, as measured in the end of 2020 by the fund, was about 18.5 trillion. That compares with the world GDP of about 100 now. And it compares to a financial stability board definition of global financial assets of about 470 trillion. That's about 4%. Therefore, for me at least, I don't know what is the proper size of the global financial safety net. Okay? I have some better ideas about the funds, the adequacy of the funds, say, resources. But having confessed that I don't know what the proper metric is, and there are lots, as I mentioned a couple, I do know that not all countries and regions are covered adequately by them. So even though there's a huge size in terms of global financial stability net, for example, Africa is not very well covered. A major component of the safety net is bilateral swap lines. They have grown in number. The last count is 91. But these are sometimes overlapping, sometimes uncoordinated among themselves, and certainly with the IMF. And there's an element of competition among them. Most recently, the BIS has started a renminbi liquidity facility, which I understand also includes dollars. It includes 5 Asian countries, but one that is very far from Asia, namely Chile. For me, this is an indication of a groping by the international community and various institutions to fulfill some sort of a function, not just because they want to have a function, because there's something not working properly. The adequacy of the funds, the RFAs, also depend on 2 things, and I will go over them if there's time. First one that I will not go over, which was done this the morning by Tobias Adrian, is how the fund and others frameworks for capital controls are going to work. Okay. For me, there's of course historical evidence of how some capital controls have worked, but now as a almost sanctioned policy approach by the IMF, it may become more prevalent, and I don't know how it's going to serve. But the efficiency and effectiveness of that framework is going to decide how much, whether the safety net is adequate or not. Another issue, which I will get into, hopefully, is the global debt resolution framework. Okay. How much you need in terms of a safety net depends on how investors in advance think that if there is a debt problem, the international community's frameworks are going to work well, preventing a need for rushes to exit, etc. The effectiveness of the safety net is very closely, obviously, related to its governance. Here, I define governance as who controls what, how much control they have, who gets what, and at what price or under what conditions. Governance issues will also, of course, have an impact on the individual components of the global safety net, whether they be the bilaterals, whether it be the multilateral approaches. Governance issues, of course, are going to become much more critical as we go forward because of the geopolitical fragmentation we face, and frankly, for the implications it has for the G20 as a framework. At the heart of the IMF's governance and legitimacy are the issues of quotas, which I will go into more detail in a while. It is well known that there are disparities between what are the shares in the fund of the various countries and what they think they should be. They have different measures of legitimacy of the institution in their mind. For example, I'll go over the quota formula very briefly. Some countries think that there should be greater weight on the GDP. Some people think there should be a variable in there called population. For example, India and China together will soon have about 30% of the world's population. They have about 9% of the IMF quota share.
Another 4 minutes.
Pardon me? 4 minutes. I'll be very, very quick. You sold some of my share to Alan, I see. I'm kidding. The various components of the IMF resources are quotas, NAB, new arrangements to borrow, and bilateral borrowing arrangements. The quotas are the most stable one. The new agreement to borrow is an agreement about close to 40 countries for borrowing if 85% of those countries participating agree, which means in a difficult moment, 15% or plus could block that. So that part of the global financial safety net in a moment of need may not be available. The bilateral borrowing arrangements are going to be reviewed next year, and there is no guarantee that they will be extended. The fund could borrow in the market. It is permitted by its articles of agreement, but in the past, shareholders have made it very, very clear they're not inclined. The fund could get some resources from major central banks in the form of swaps. Major central banks have made it very clear up to now they're not willing. Of course, as we go forward, this whole issue of resources is going to be affected by what the fund uses and who it lends to. The name Ukraine may pop up in some minds. And to what extent the fund, again, gets involved in the provision of financing for global goods, such as food security, which is more understandable, but some aspects of climate change may not be. Now, the IMF quota formula consists of 4 variables in order of importance: GDP, openness, volatility, and the size of a country's reserves. GDP is a blend of PPP and market exchange rates. Of course, when you have a variable in there called openness, it is highly favorable to countries that are small and very open, indulging in a lot of, for example, re-export. This means small northern European countries and, let's say, Singapore. There is going to be there is in process a 16th review of quotas of the IMF. The 15th review concluded without success. Okay. The success of this is going to depend very much on political give and take. Okay. This debate could entail an increase in the size of the fund's overall envelope, which is about close to $1 trillion now, the resources available. It could raise quotas, which are the more stable and long-term and the truly multinational part of the resource safety net, at the expense of the new agreements to borrow or the bilaterals. Now, a couple of quick words on multilateral development banks. depending on what the shareholders really think these international institutions that they own should contribute, there could be a shift in a burden of production of these goods from one institution to another. There is general recognition of the multilateral institutions, development banks needing more resources for the various reasons that you can think of, climate, etc. Several issues are at play there. One, whether there should be an increase in capital of these banks. Two, whether there should be greater willingness by the institutions to take risk. For example, the World Bank is very much focused on keeping its AAA rating. People have said if you reduce it to AA, its cost of financing will only go up by 20 basis points, so why not? Another component of this will be the issue of guarantees. Let's say the World Bank provides guarantees for investments to a country, but its prudential practices require full scoring in terms of provisioning as if it were a dispersed loan. Now, that could be softened a bit, but I think there is some give and take that could happen there. Some things are not, I highly doubt will happen. For example, one suggestion is for these banks to have callable capital, which I find highly unlikely for the major shareholders to accept. In summary, I think the global financial safety net, as I could tell it, maybe is enough. Its components are problematic in terms of coverage, coordination, and some competition among the various players. Geopolitics is going to make the effectiveness of this more difficult. The fund is perhaps the truly multilateral part of this, but its resources are hampered by the size of its quota relative to its overall firepower. So for the fund to be able to do this work better, its quotas need to go up perhaps at the expense of other things. Big give and take should happen on the politics, which I find hard to happen. For example, the likely losers in a quota redistribution will be Europe and Japan. In the current world setting, I cannot see the Europeans giving too much of their power away, be it in terms of their quota or choice of the management of the IMF. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed for this sobering assessment, and what Adnan doesn't know about this is probably not worth knowing. We now have two discussants, and I'd be grateful if you would stick to maximum 10 minutes each, and I'll give you a little warning just before that runs out. Our first discussant is Choi Woo Jin, an associate fellow at KDI.
Thank you. I'm Woo-jin Choi from KDI. I would like to give my opinion regarding the talk, Monetary Policy Spillovers After the Pandemic by Alan Taylor. He's my an advisor and a quota at the same time, so it's an honor to discuss his talk. As usual, the views expressed here are those of mine and don't represent the views of the KDI. So, to cope with international shocks, various instruments have been recommended this morning. Even we saw capital flow management is conditionally partly endorsed by the IMF. The foreign exchange intervention is come forefront of the policy instruments, and one economy can also engage in macroprudential policies. And foreign exchange swaps has been discussed quite a lot recently in Korea too. So now there's more instruments at the table, and but the key thing is the economic situation all around the globe is still quite disturbing. And Professor Taylor's talk, he revisited this international trilemma and asks, can floating exchange rate regime provide the first line of defense? So this is quite a very classic argument. It is generally known to be better suited for advanced economies, possibly less effective for emerging economies depending on the situation due to that dollarization or original sin. And as he said, quite a lot of challenges have been raised regarding the effectiveness of the trilemma or the effectiveness of the floating exchange rate system. Have the corners of these international trilemma triangle been rounded? And most importantly, is it dilemma instead of a trilemma because of the global financial cycle? And Professor Taylor argued that probably the international trilemma is still very effective framework to cope with these international shock transmissions. And I think this is really a timely presentation for Korea at this moment. Let me briefly remind you what the international trilemma is. So I borrowed this little triangle from the economies.com, and it virtually says that you cannot take all three points at the same time. So if one economy would like to enjoy the free international capital mobility and to engage in a monetary policy oriented towards the domestic goals, then one has to let its exchange rate float. You cannot stabilize the exchange rate like peggers. This is what international trilemma is about. And I really think that this trilemma matters in Korea at this time, at this moment. So again, I really think this is a timely and interesting presentation. This classic question returns to Korea, and let me explain why. This is a news article in the Bloomberg a couple of weeks ago, and the Bank of Korea Governor Lee had already signaled his preference for a more gradual pace of tightening given the impact of higher borrowing costs on record household debt, which is clearly an internal issue, and the gloomier prospects for the global economy. So monetary tightening in Korea is less aggressive than in the US, possibly because we have mild inflation. And at the same time, the exchange rate has been depreciated very sharply. Like mostly mentioned in this morning, its effective exchange rate is less depreciated, but still, if you look at just the last couple of months, it has been depreciated. And the foreign exchange intervention is, at least in my own opinion, is less aggressive than in days during the global financial crisis. And capital flow management has been very little since then. So this is, I really think this is a textbook trilemma situation right now. If you look at the interest rate differentials and the exchange rate, if you look at the interest differentials of the policy rates between US and Korea, or 3-year treasury bonds yields between US and Korea, recently it's been narrowed down, and within a few days you might see the negative interest rate differentials. And then this Korea won US dollar exchange rate has depreciated quite rapidly for the last several months. So if you look at, again, it's strong dollar, and the effective exchange rate might not as rapid as the picture looks, but still it's depreciated for sure, and I think it really is a classic trilemma situation. Next comments. So there are some further relevant lessons for Korea. So in his talk, he provided an interesting new episodes, especially German monetary policy shock spillovers to other European countries. There are differences between peggers and floaters, and like a US versus German shock, which can be a global or local shock. And like these European countries, we are facing two large gravities, US and China possibly. And to deal with these two different gravities, it's quite two different situations. US business cycle still very hot, especially still very hot, and while the import demand from Korea to China is sluggish. So it's more like a nuanced, multi-layered problem than just the global shock, probably mixed of these local and global shock altogether. So the question is, will the Mundell-Fleming adjustment be in place? Will the expenditure switching be large enough? Will this depreciated exchange rate insulate our economy from the further recession or something? And it's also true, it's possibly through some granular players like for like an export firm whose revenue is invoiced in dollars and the cost is invoiced in local currency, possibly an automobile industry. This depreciation could be beneficial. So this could be a player who will generate this expenditure switching. But still, there are quite heterogeneous effects on different firms. So we'll see what will happen with this trilemma situation. And lastly, I think this is the most important question for us in Korea. The key question here is that are we an advanced or an emerging? Or how much advanced is Korea? So like everybody might agree that we are in transition from emerging economy to middle income, and now we are categorized as one of the advanced economy. And the key question is how or how much can the floating exchange rate regime insulate the economy? Or how much has the institutions been improved? Internal, external financial intermediaries, have there been improvement in this efficiency in terms of allocating resources? And now we are a net creditor with less severe debt dollarization. So what I'm trying to say is that the situation that policymaker faces today is quite different from 12 years ago. So it's giving us more complication, more difficulties to deal with this situation. And lastly, the authority in charge of monetary policy and the data of external account and exchange stability are different. So can we coordinate the policies altogether in an advanced economy way? That might be the key to our economic situation, I guess. And this is my own work. This is the US monetary policy shock to the impulse response of the policy shock on the foreign capital flows before and after the global financial crisis up until the 2019. And as you can see, the blue solid line stands for the impulse response after the global financial crisis, and it's very muted. This result do not include the very recent couple of years, but up until the 2019, it's very muted and almost feel like this is quite different, almost different institutions before and after the global financial crisis.
10 minutes are over.
Yeah, I just have one more slide. So summary and conclusion, I really think that it's an interesting talk. It's really interesting to revisit the classic trilemma, and it really matters at hand in Korea at this moment, I think. It seems to me that broadly Korea seems to pursue the classic lesson, let the exchange rate float and be the first line of defense. And exchange rate, especially for the last couple of months, has been depreciated quite rapidly. And without any further instrument to actively utilize this, maybe we are advanced enough with better institutions. But still, there challenges remain. Again, capital flow management, foreign exchange interventions, and the monetary policy, we need to coordinate these policy instruments very cleverly. And still, multiple gravities and the internal, external trade-offs still exist. And no severe capital outflows at 2017 US tightening. But will it matter this time? This is going to be a big, essentially what will determine the outcomes of a policy mix in Korea. And lastly, more details why adjustments clearly the trilemma treats the advanced and the emerging very differently. And more details of why adjustment in the advanced and emerging market differs have to be explored. If economists has to explore this dimension, this has to be us, the Korean economists, because that's what matters in Korea right now. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for this excellent discussion and extremely pertinent set of questions. Our final discussant will be William Rose, Assistant Secretary at the French Treasury, Multilateral Development and Trade Affairs. Podium's yours.
Thank you very much for the invitation for the Korean Ministry of Finance and KDI. My comments will be related mostly to the presentation made by Adnan Mazarai. So I think the composition of the panelists is right to cover everything. Why? Because together with my Korean colleague Byung-sik, we are co-chairing the G20 International Financial Architecture Working Group. And we are in charge, together with all the G20 members, to have a sort of oversight regarding the global financial safety net. Of course, each institution has its own governance body, but where do we discuss about coherence, consistency between IMF, MDBs, data architecture, RFA, etc.? I think it's notably at the G20 and notably within this working group for the technical discussion. And if we look at what we collectively at G20 level we have done these last years, faced with different crises, COVID crisis, food security now, energy, etc. What we have done is mostly to add new instrument, so addition of instrument, a call to mobilize all the financial institutions for them to deliver. But it's probably true that we have not taken a step back and looking at the consistency of the global architecture. And I think there is an appetite for many G20 members and outside also the G20 to look at the global architecture as a whole. If I go in the three main elements, GFSN, data architecture, and MDBs. Regarding GFSN, of course, first IMF at the center. What we asked IMF to do and what we decided collectively due to, in the context of the COVID crisis was to make this general allocation, this very big exceptional general allocation of 650 billion. So clearly we used the IMF instrument in a quite innovative way, I think, to provide liquidity to all countries. So a direct impact for all countries. But of course, we had to take into account the fact that the SDRs were not distributed exactly where the needs were the biggest. And it's due in a way to the discussion about quotas. But I think we understood that quite quickly and progressively at within different fora, we built this political momentum to mobilize 100 billion of these SDRs in countries where they have a strong external positions, no need for specific SDRs, to channel these SDRs to an institution where it could be used to support vulnerable countries. So there is today this 100 billion objective, and IMF offered us a good support with first supporting the reform of the PRGT, so a concessional support for low-income countries. And also, we decided, together with IMF, to build a completely new fund, the RST, Resilience and Sustainability Trust, to top up IMF program and to address climate issues. And you could say, climate, is it for IMF? And it's a key question. I think we have been pragmatic. We have legal issues regarding channeling SDRs, and it was much more simple to build the RST in the IMF. But of course, we wanted to fix that because we know that the World Bank is also very active, of course, regarding climate, and there are a sort of cooperation between IMF and World Bank for the climate assessment. So what is important today regarding this channeling of SDRs is now it has to be delivered on the ground, because we have talked a lot, and now we need to operationalize the RST, and the IMF is working hard for that, for making this trust fund active before the end of the year. Of course, we also asked IMF to mobilize emergency financing on top of the IMF program in the COVID context. But now I think it's the good moment to look at the IMF toolkit, and the IMF also is interested in discussing with us about the IMF toolkit, the relative place of emergency financing versus upper credit tranche program, the role of precautionary instrument, so we have ongoing debate, and I think it's the real moment to have this with this broad view. And of course, in parallel, we have the quota review discussion. If I can summarize very quickly, we have to address the size of the IMF. At this stage, I think IMF is not at its full power, so there is room for delivering more if there is demand. But indeed, this question of size is important, and the question of alignment. And of course, behind that, you have more technical questions like the composition, the formula, etc. Where is the mood today for having a success or not? The feeling we have is that there is a mood for a success. Perhaps a modest success, I don't know, or an ambitious success, but at least a success. This is for the GFSN and notably IMF. Regarding debt architecture, in the context of the COVID crisis, we felt the need to do something different because we had to take into account that the composition of sovereign debt has changed, and notably the very important role of China, the size of China in the official creditor landscape, and also the importance of private creditors for many countries. And so for official creditors, the key challenge is coordination. In the past, we were not used to have a clear coordination between official creditors from the Paris Club and the other official creditors. And I think we have built new things to improve this coordination. Regarding private creditors, I think there are two different directions where we are working. First is based on the progress made regarding contractual arrangements, the CACs, in order to facilitate restructuring. Could we do more, and notably for syndicated loans? It's a very important avenue. And I think there is also a very important point, which is how to implement the comparability of treatment. When there is a debt treatment delivered by official creditors, how to be sure that the comparability of treatment will be enforced. This is the main elements. What we have done concretely, I think we provided first in a coordinated manner with the G20 Paris Club creditors and the other G20 creditors a liquidity relief and the debt service suspension initiative. It has worked quite well, not perfect, but quite well. So first example of coordination. And we also address a structural issue through the common framework in order to be able to do a real debt treatment based on an IMF program. We are making progress. We need to deliver. And the common framework is only for low-income countries, so we have also to improve our coordination for the other countries. And finally, my last point on MDBs, but I think I don't have so much time. I think there is a clear sense that we need to mobilize more MDBs because we understand that they have to continue to address developing issues, developing challenges, poverty, etc. And for that, usually MDBs can work independently, even if there are some country platforms, etc. But more and more, we ask them also, on top of that, to address global challenges, like, for example, climate. And for climate, the way they have to work with notably middle-income countries, emerging countries, is completely different. They have to work in a very integrated mode, and just to give you the example of the Just Energy Transition Package for South Africa, it's all the different institutions plus the bilateral player, the country, some donors, working together. So it's a different way of working. And so we are asking more and more for MDBs, and so we know that we have to give them space to mobilize new financing. The first line is balance sheet optimization, capital adequacy framework. So many things are undertaken in that direction. I think it's a key request from shareholders to be sure that we have done a lot of things on that, and then perhaps there will be a specific discussion on capital increase afterwards. So it was just to give you a very quick picture of the agenda we have today.
Thank you very much. That was absolutely fascinating window on what's happening on the G20 front. We need to conclude at this point. I believe you'll agree this was a fascinating, wordy, but fascinating panel. And I'd like to thank the speakers and panelists very, very much for making it so. Thank you.
Thank you, and also we had the wonderful moderator, and thank you so much for your active debate to exchange your opinions and knowledges about the financial industry. Thank you so much for your discussion. So now we'd like to take a short break, but we will continue the session 3. So please take your short break and be seated before we start the session 3. Thank you very much. 감사합니다. 네, 함께하고 계신 분들께 잠시 안내드리겠습니다. 저희 곧 세 번째 세션이 진행이 될 예정입니다. 밖에 계신 참석자 여러분께서는 모두 안으로 들어와 주시면 감사드리겠습니다. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. The session 3 will begin shortly. All our participants outside, please come inside and take your seats to start the session 3. Thank you so much for your cooperation. 네, 밖에 계신 참석자 여러분들께서는 모두 안으로 들어와 주시면 감사드리겠습니다. Once more, the session 3 will begin soon. Please come inside and be seated. Thank you very much. 고맙습니다. So now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the session. I would like to begin the session 3 on the future of international financial architecture. So until now, we've been analyzing the current financial situation. Now we would be predicting the future of the financial environment with our wonderful panelists. So now, before we start, I would like to invite all panelists and the moderator for this session. Would you please come up to the stage? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a warm round of applause. Yes, we can expect that they will be sharing numbers information through the session 3. Thank you so much for attending in this session. And I would like to introduce to you the moderator for this session. We'll have Bambang Bojonegoro, the professor of University of Indonesia. I would like to hand over the microphone to the moderator. Would you please start?
A very good afternoon, everybody. It's really an honor for me to be the chair of the last session of this Global Financial Stability Conference. And certainly, although this is the last session, it's not the least, because we are talking about the future of international financial architecture. When we are talking about the future these days, in my opinion, there are two keywords that frequently being discussed. The first, sustainability. Second, digital transformation. So in this session, we will discuss a little bit more about the second keywords, digital transformation. Why digital transformation? Because digitalization in financial sector has been mainstream in our daily life activities. Fintech, for example, has been a common word for all of us. We can witness the growth on basically the strong innovation in payment system, basically making everybody happy, making everybody easier to do the transaction. And also, we have witnessed the growth of peer-to-peer lending, making sure the credit funding available, for example, for small and medium enterprise. And don't forget, in the formal aspect of financial sector, banking sector, now there are, I think, tremendous growth of digital banking. At least what I can share with you, in Indonesia, more and more banks trying to create their own digital subsidiary. So they have their own version of the conventional banking as well as their digital side. And of course, not only banking trying to create digital banking, even non-banking sector, financial institution trying to create the digital banking on their own. So of course, when digital banking becomes part of the mainstream in financial sector, the next question, what happened with the monetary policy? What happened with financial stability? Because then the use of the so-called digital transaction might take significant proportion when we are talking about monetary policy and central bank operation in general. And then we are now also facing another disruption. Usually we heard about cryptocurrency, Bitcoin. Some of them think this is the future of the currency. Some of them think this is just easy speculation to get more money. But then cryptocurrency becoming more and more absorbed in a lot of activities. For example, if I think everybody here already familiar with metaverse. So some kind of IT developer trying to create the virtual world using metaverse, and any transaction in that metaverse, in that virtual world, using cryptocurrency. So you can buy asset virtually, you can buy any commodities virtually, but more importantly, you have to pay through cryptocurrency. Of course, once cryptocurrency becomes the talk of the town, becomes the interest of many people, regulator, in this case central bank or financial service authority, need to have some kind of regulation. And unfortunately, as we know from the history, usually the regulator sometimes is behind the technological development. So I think in this session, we are trying to discuss more about the international financial architecture. First, of course, we are talking about what kind of future digital asset we like to see, and then what will be the impact to the financial stability, to the effectiveness of monetary policy, and don't forget, of course, the impact to financial inclusion, and certainly, above all that, we need to have very strong digital governance. Because we are talking about financial sector, of course, strong governance has to be at the top. And now we are talking about digital financial sector, then certainly governance become top of the top. So I think we have a good presenters as well as panelists for this session to talk about our future in international financial architecture. So I would like to give the floor first to Dr. Steen Claesen, Head of Financial Stability Policy at BIS, Bank of International Settlement. And I believe Dr. Claesen has been very familiar with this kind of the trend of digital financial system. And Dr. Claesen will be giving his presentation online. Dr. Claesen, time is yours.
I'm very sorry not to be there. I would have loved to be attending in person, but unfortunately the travel rules didn't allow me to join you in person. Let me talk about future of the digital assets in the post-pandemic era. It is a current and an important topic for sure, as you already introduced. There's a lot happening, so I be short on my motivation. Digitalization is rapidly changing financial services everywhere around the world. It comes with benefits, but also with risks. And the international architecture should and can adapt to this digitalization. So to set up my argument, I will quickly review money. We all know that, but nevertheless, I will give a short review there. I will talk quite a bit about the effect of digitalization on financial services, and then get into the crypto assets that you already alluded to that have been growing fast, but also seen a big collapse more recently, and put them in the context of other developments, fast payment systems, so we can review cost and benefits of relative developments. CBDC is an important part. It's also an important part for the international architecture, and the use case does include also cross-border use. So we want to discuss that as well. And I want to end up with some thoughts on what the international architecture agenda and issues are. So with that, let me start first with a quick review of money. I think we all know that the forms in which money has taken have varied greatly over the years, and we can go back centuries, of course, if not more than that. And we have had stones, we have had pieces of paper issued by a bank in Amsterdam, we had the US dollar, and we had even during the war some use of cigarettes as coins. So the form of which it has taken has been varying over the years, and of course now we're in a digital world. But the fundamentals as for money haven't changed that much, and that's a good thing to start off with, because the two basic questions we have asked many times and answered many times, of course, is why do we have money in the first place? I think we can be very brief here. The externalities of the double bond, the fact that barter is an inefficient form of trading is clearly one reason. But the other reason is also information, not having to check the content of your creditor all the time is one reason why we have money. But the more important part maybe in this context is if you accept money, should it be provided by as a social or public good or by a private institution? And here we have some externalities as well, in the sense that the cost of committing to future collective actions is very difficult for a competitive private sector institution. And this is exactly why government has been the main provider of money. Of course, this inability to make credible commitment came with instability, and this is why central banks have emerged as an institutional solution to both problems. We can talk for quite a while about this, but in the end, we know what we're talking about. The central bank is the foundation of the monetary payment and the financial system. And that's where the banks, as well as the payment service providers, the PSPs, that have taken on a bigger role, are based on. So in that context, we should think about digitalization. What does it mean to the financial services, having that base in mind? And that digitalization comes in many ways and along many dimensions. I think it's fairly obvious when we start thinking about it. We can have the digitalization affect the financial services as they're being provided. I would call that the production frontier, in some sense, moving it out, lowering the cost. We can add new services. We have a greater surplus if we have new products for the consumer. We can have lower costs as a consequence of both developments, more access, more inclusion. But importantly, also we have changing in the market structure. So the entry and exit is going to be varying as a consequence of this digitalization, these technological advances, which will alter the revenue and profit streams and the distribution thereof. What we end up with is an overall market structure that is really changing because the IO, the economies of scale and scope, and the related network externalities are really varying quite a bit as a result of digitalization. And I think that is an important factor when we think of stability, but also when we think of the international architecture. Now, how does it show up? It shows up in many ways. Already mentioned prices, the downward pressure on margins and fees. But as anything, we have to balance cost and benefits here. There's also sometimes more scope for discrimination as we move away from traditional suppliers. And that means that a consumer surplus can go sometimes to the provider rather than to the user. And in terms of not only price, but also quantity, we can see changes there as well. On one hand, we may expect more, but at the same time, we can expect less services and think of it as the smart contracts, the composable contracts that we may have. At some point, they may be tailored in such a way that you only need one or a much reduced set of services rather than buying your pension services and your banking services and your trading services. You may get a package that is tailored to you. So we have to keep that in mind as well. Overall, nevertheless, it's clear what is happening is that the cost and profits are going to be redistributed, not just because we have efficiency gains lowering costs, but also the market structure is going to shift quite a bit in that respect. And here we really have to think about what is at risk in some sense, because the effects do vary quite a bit by the service that is at stake here. These are McKinsey data as to what the total revenue streams are that banking systems around the world collect. And you can think of it as retail banking, commercial and corporate banking, payments, and wealth and asset management. Now, within those groups, I would argue payments have been at risk for a long time now in terms of the new fintech and big tech developments, followed probably by the retail banking, whereas there's also a risk from the fintechs and possibly even from the big techs coming in the future. So keeping that in mind gives us a sense of where we have to focus on development. And then indeed, if we look at the data, and particularly when we look at the new entrants, we see that those are most prevalent in the payment sector. I would say it relates to the scope for the network externalities, but it's also a function of sometimes the quality of services, which can be greatly improved in many parts of the world. It's less entry in the credit side. It's more difficult. It's more competitive. It's more intensive also on the technology. And it's probably the least on the deposit side, where trust and know-how on the regulatory side is still an important component of this market. Insurance has seen some entry as well. The last is the big question, is the big tech entry. Will we see more of it than we have seen to date? We expected it maybe more because what we have called the DNA, the data analytics, network externalities and activities are the key features of the big techs. And in that respect, they have a very reinforcing feature. So if they were to enter into this market, they could quickly dominate some segments because they have this transformational power that they could. For the moment, we haven't seen it. There have been worries that they would, particularly on the payment side, but for the time being, we have not seen it. That does not mean that we don't have issues to worry about. And the way we try to summarize it here at the BAS in our work that we have done over the past few years, one way to think of it is that we have, and this is not the trilemma that we discussed earlier, that you discussed earlier today in terms of the traditional monetary policy. It's maybe not even a trilemma, but more a triology, asking the question how we have to revisit our traditional regulatory framework to take into account that data is going to be the driving feature of a number of developments. The way we sketch it here is that there is kind of three trade-offs. Some of them we know. One is a traditional stability competition trade-off in financial services. That's also affected by data, and how well can you deliver services depends on the availability of data. As I said, big techs have an advantage there. But there's also this integrity question of the consumer does not want to be taken ripped off in some sense. So we would call that a traditional stability efficiency trade-off. There's also the trade-off between privacy and efficiency. That's probably a new one. We don't know the details there as well, but clearly the more you share, the more you may have access to data, but you give up your privacy to some extent, and this is a fundamental human right issue in some sense of how much privacy do you want to give up. And lastly, the more traditional trade-off as to whether the regulator can share and have access to data, in that sense balance privacy with financial stability. It's one way to capture the many trade-offs, but it points out that we have a lot of new policy areas, and this is just only domestic, to think about. How do we regulate the new activities that have been coming online? Can we use the activity-based approach that we try to push, or is that not sufficient? Do we then have to disturb the level playing field to some extent? Because we also have to think about the systemic component of some of these players. Level playing field for big techs may easily become an unlevel playing field given their size and ability to enter markets. Related to that is competition policy. We don't think of it as much in financial services, but we definitely need to adapt and adopt more platform economics. Other services are going to become quite similar in that sense. Telecommunication have some similarities to how financial services may end up evolving, and we then have to adapt our competition and antitrust policies accordingly. Do we have to think about access constraints? Might we even have to think about breakups if there are monopoly powers in the delivery of financial services? And a more narrow issue that we have known for some time is organizational structure. Holding companies were typically used to separate banking from commerce. Do we need to apply these as well when we think of the fintech and particularly the big techs entering financial services? And last, as I already mentioned, the use of data. It's a tricky area. In order to develop these rules better, we probably have to think a little bit more granular. Privacy is important, but not in all dimensions. So what data can be shared and what can be shared usefully is an area where I think we need to do a lot more. And not only kind of from a legalistic point of view, but definitely from an economics point of view. So a lot is happening in the digitalization space in an, I would almost say, traditional sense. But what is happening as well is a fast development, as was already mentioned, on the crypto assets and the stable coins, and related to that, fast payments. Let me review the crypto part quickly. We've seen a bewildering number of coins come on the market. This is just names that you some of them may be familiar to you, but maybe the next chart is actually the more dramatic way of showing it. The number of cryptocurrencies has skyrocketed over the last 5 years or so, and particularly exponential growth from 2020 or so to very recent. So we have had more than 10,000 trying to compete in this market, and in some sense trying to get to these externalities that I alluded to before, that arise both in the provision of money, but also in the provision of financial services. Now, we may think that this is a good thing, that there are many new cryptocurrencies, but in some sense that is not necessarily a good thing, because the fragmentation, and Yunshin, who's with you there, has demonstrated that in various ways, arises because there's a rent that needs to go to the provider of the cryptocurrencies, the validators. So as a consequence, a certain cryptocurrency has a limited scale, if it were. That means that network congestions and high fees are in some sense features of the system. And that explains why we have new cryptocurrencies emerging, at least until recent, on a very high scale. because every time when the congestion hits, there's scope for another currency to emerge and then try to compete in the remaining space. Now, having said that, that doesn't make for a good financial system, of course, when you have congestion and high fees. And that was one of the weaknesses that has been behind the crypto space for some time now. Now, as is typically the case, it sometimes takes a market shakeup to make clear what the weaknesses are. And we saw that earlier this year in May, when the market started to crash, following various collapses of the Terra and other crypto-based stable coins that were in the end not so stable after all, of course, as these weaknesses I mentioned, combined with leverage and liquidity constraints came to halt and it became apparent. Where are we now? Well, the crypto market is facing a shakeout, so they will be under pressure for some time. This will search for a nominal anchor, of course, and they will try to piggyback on the central bank because in the end they know that is where the reliable currency arises from. But I think we also need to think very hard about regulation. So regulation of the crypto space has been very moving, in, at least internationally, not yet very fast. I think there are developments now that suggest that there's going to be some acceleration. But that crypto space has to be regulated, if not just from a consumer perspective point of view, also from an AML and KYC point of view. But in addition to that, we need to think hard about what a good stable coin might be. And if there were to be a good stable coin, that could, in some sense, take care of much of this instability that we have seen in this space for now. So that's important because the system as we have is clearly cannot survive. It's a system that was based on an inflow of new users. This is the new DeFi addresses and the unique addresses in this space. And you can see how Ether, that's a big currency used in the DeFi world, in some sense had a high correlation in terms of price changes with the new entrants. And in that sense, it's almost like a Ponzi scheme. The more new players come into the markets, temporarily they can support the price increases, but not for permanent point of view. So this market has some fundamental weaknesses, and they've come home to them. So what is the answer? The answer is better regulation, as I mentioned, both from the crypto world, consumer protection and the like, new regulation for stable coins. What can they be? What should they be? But there's also a lot to be done still in the traditional space. And that takes me back to fast payment systems that we've analyzed and seen for a while now emerging in many countries. It's an element of a development that's been there for some time. If I go back to the RTGS, the real-time gross settlement systems for wholesale payments, those have been adopted everywhere almost around the world. And these fast payment systems are catching up quickly as well, so that the number is increasing to 60 or so. And if you were to take those systems and look at what they have achieved, one good example is PIX in Brazil. Within a short period of time, and this is here the number of users, the number of transactions using PIX relative to the use of debit card, credit card, and bill payments. And what you see in the green line is that this fast payment system introduced by the Central Bank of Brazil within a short period of time have overtaken all the other user of payments, credit card and debit card, individually speaking. So this is a very big success. In part, it was harmonizing by central banks by the central bank that achieved it. In partly, it was coerced in some sense of having payment providers, including banks, sign up for it. But part of it was also just was a much more efficient and also importantly cheaper system. So this chart on the right compares within Brazil the credit card, debit card, and fixed costs, and you see how much cheaper the credit card, the fixed system is relative to the other two. It's a fraction of 10 almost, a factor of 10. And that's actually true in the other countries as well. Typically the debit cards are lower, but still there's a large variation here, and suggesting a big scope for fast payment systems to be introduced and lower the cost in those markets. Let me now continue with another complementary development. It's in some sense also possibly a substitute or a complement to fast payment systems. But clearly it's an alternative to the currency instability, and that is CBDCs, central bank digital currencies. Again, a lot of activity. This is a chart that is already out of quite a bit, in the sense documents how many banks, central banks around the world are pursuing CBDC projects, either in terms of research or in terms of just investigations. But also some live cases. Here it is about 4. I think the number has increased a little bit further, where we have seen actually issuance of CBDCs in the recent years, even on a pilot basis. And China is, of course, one of those as well. Important to keep in mind, and again, why do we digitalize is always a question, but the digitalization is motivated by very different perspectives when you compare advanced economies, the AEs, from the emerging market and developing economies. Everybody agrees that stability is important, obviously, financial stability. People also agree very much on payment safety and payments efficiency, including cross-border being important. But there are some differences is between financial inclusion and the efficiency of payments. Clearly, the emerging markets put a greater weight on inclusion as being an important driver of retail CBDCs, much more so than advanced economies do, and probably reflecting that payment systems are relatively efficient, although I did point out that some countries still have very high cost, and emerging markets like Brazil are catching up, if not even exceeding the efficiency of payment systems elsewhere. These motivations are important to keep in mind, that we don't think of this as a single answer. There's no single use case for CBDCs. There's quite a bit of difference here. That also will be reflected in how we think of the architecture. And at the BS, we've been analyzing this for quite a while now in our annual economic report over the past few years. How we can think of the CBDC being the most productive for both the user, but also for the system, for the supply side, if it were. And what has emerged is that there's quite a lot of commonality in thinking and actual designs as to how we should design a CBDC. Most of the countries are preferring an account-based system, in the sense that the identity then can be identified very clearly, or it's a prerequisite for owning the CBDCs. The way it's framed here is an account I am, therefore I own, just like your bank account. If you can identify yourself, you can be the owner of your money there. Whereas the other model, the digital token version, has had less interest. It's more based on I know, therefore I own. You have a key, but that doesn't identify you as a person necessarily. It allows you to own the currency or the coin and trade it, but you don't have to reveal your identity on a daily basis. Yeah. So this is clearly one preference that has emerged. The other preference that has emerged is that the central bank, in its design and its operation, prefers what we call here the hybrid model. A hybrid model in the sense that the central bank is not involved in all the day-to-day operations, but is involved in the final issuance and stability of the currency, the central bank digital currency. So it tries to minimize the degree of operational and invasive technology that the central bank provides, but at the same time benefits from the consumer gains. Specifically, and this is maybe too complicated in the picture to spend much time on it, but nevertheless, in terms of balance sheet, the CBDC is still a liability of the central bank, with the user A, B, and C having an identified claim there. But the operations and the communications really happens to the PSPs, to the payment service providers. that are separate from the central bank, and they execute. That can be banks, of course, or it can be other payments providers, trying to minimize the degree of involvement of on the technology side, but also on the consumer-facing side more generally. So all these developments, what do they mean in the end for the banks and the future of the monetary system? And then I will come to the international part last. Well, the philosophy is, in some sense, with all of this, since it's designed by the central bank, the policymakers can consider carefully the impact of the CBDC issues on the banking sector. In some sense, the central banks are in charge to some degree of assessing that issue. And here they really assess how much competition they would like to have. There is a trade-off, of course, and most of it is only accessible by doing modeling. But basically, you want the central bank allow the commercial banks to have some competition, but not too much migration. How much migration will depend on the regulatory system, of course. But for the moment, if assuming private and public money are both well regulated, then you could see a lot of migration. And that's why it is what I call here the do no harm principle is generally accepted. You want this design to be such that the private lending continues, the two-tier system as we know it maintains itself. And that also means that competition is not an overarching problem for the banking system itself, nor is monetary policy impact a key issue. That does mean that you probably need to think about whether you enumerate the CBDC and whether you have a limit on the balance in the CBDC. Let me lastly come, as I promised, to the international dimensions of digitalization and CBDC specifically. I think we can expect globalization, although it may have had a temporary halt in the last few years, to continue. And so we have signs in many ways, whether it's migrants, remittances, whether it's tourism, that we're still on an upward trend.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
In many respects. But we also have issues that we have to worry about. So the chart on the right shows you some indications of what people are worried about if it comes to CBDC issuance. So taxation avoidance, volatility in exchange rates are two issues that come up quite a lot in terms of concerns when we do a survey of central banks in terms of foreign issuance affecting the domestic countries. Interesting, the use of CBDCs abroad is less of a concern, relatively speaking, which in some sense shows a symmetry that countries are worried about use of CBDCs of other countries in that jurisdiction, but typically not about the foreign ones. Nevertheless, CBDCs are considered an important element in cross-border use by non-residents because they can facilitate cross-border payments and we lower the cost, which is a big issue for many countries. So that is also then the policy question. How do we link the CBDCs across borders in a productive way? And the annual report this year, we kind of think of it as a canopy of a forest. We have the central banks in two different countries, where the private sector, whether it's banks or PSPs, provide their services on that are increasingly digitalized and possibly even tokenized. And that's a question of how we will link these banking and payment systems most effectively and efficiently. And there, the thinking is definitely moving away from what has been the traditional system in which payments are made through an originating bank to a correspondent bank, then following the FX markets, and then going from payer to payee in the reverse order on the other side. That's the top arrangements that we know it, to a much more reduced set of transactions and communications where the pay and the payee can possibly operate through the CBDCs without having those originating bank and respondent bank corresponding relationships there. It's not there yet, but this is the thinking. This is what actually being tested and experimented in several ways. I list here 3 models that have been put out as kind of theoretical concepts. I won't have the time to go to the detail, But Model 3 is an interesting one in the sense that it really goes to a multi-CBDC currency system that's completely integrated, whereas the other two are more compatible and interlinked systems. The last one is more what I sketched to you before, a truly interlinked system. If we can get there, then we may end up with this, what we can call a vision, a monetary system that is rooted in central bank money, but there's a very good integration across the borders without the risks. It requires a proper design. It requires ID issues. It requires KYC. It requires other rules to apply to the CBDCs. There may have to be limits. There definitely will have to be data sharing between central banks on the use of CBDCs at the retail and aggregate level. But with that in mind, one can hope to get an integrated global monetary system that is the seamless canopy that we sketched in the report. So let me stop here and conclude. So a lot of digital transformation accelerated by COVID-19, major implications for cryptocurrencies, for the world. Crypto assets is a part of that. We can learn from it, but it's probably not the solution. There's more scope in developing fast payment systems and stable coins. And in that context, also CBDC will play a role, importantly for cross-border financial transactions, whether it's retail or wholesale. To do so, we'll need supportive institutions. We're at the early stage of what that exactly means. I've sketched some models, but we don't know which one works best. But what we do know is that the central bank will play a key role in assuring a global and open financial system where interoperability is a clearly public good that can support innovative and productive technologies. Let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Claessens, for enlightening us about the possible future of digital currency, especially when you are talking about central bank digital currency and the idea to settle cross-border payment. And I believe there is a part in your conclusion basically saying that this is a good idea, still needs a lot of work to do, but more importantly, needs the support and the right institution. So now we have the next speaker, Dr. Atish Ghosh, who is historian of the IMF. And I think we understand that international monetary system has passed so many challenges in the past, especially dealing with the global financial crisis. And we know that this kind of digitalization is also disruption to international monetary system. So Dr. Ghosh, please, maybe 20 minutes of your presentation.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and let me start by thanking the Ministry and KDI for inviting me. So this morning, Vice Minister Bang started by referring to a quote from Mark Twain that history doesn't necessarily repeat itself, but it rhymes. And then we heard in the keynote by Maury Obstfeld, he took us back to the 1980s. Then Ian Coase took us back to the 1970s. And I'm going to take you back to the 1930s before I bring you forward again to talk about the future. So I want to just make three very simple points. The first point is that the global economy is undergoing massive changes. We have the scars from the global financial crisis and COVID pandemic crisis. We have some short-term challenges and changes, supply chain disruptions, the resurgence of inflation, which we haven't seen in 30, 40 years. We have some positive developments, but also changes. Stein Claessens was just talking about blockchain, digital monies, and technologies. We have political and geopolitical fragmentation. And perhaps the biggest of all, we are all going to be facing the consequences of climate change. All these changes are going to have implications for the locus of production and consumption, and therefore on countries' balance of payments as reflected in capital flows and exchange rates. Now, what does history tell us about the resilience of the international monetary system in the face of such changes? And second, what can we do to make the system more resilient? So the central thesis of my talk today is that the international monetary system, either by design or by evolution, begins to fit a particular global economic configuration, a particular global economic structure, and then it becomes brittle, and it cannot easily accommodate major shifts in the global economy. And I will illustrate that by reference to three major crises. One was the collapse of the interwar gold exchange standard, the second was the breakdown of Bretton Woods, and the third was the global financial crisis. Now, what's remarkable about these three episodes is that despite the very long passage of time between them, 75 years, and if you think of how much the world changed in those 75 years, it's absolutely staggering. But despite that, I will argue that each one of these represents a failure of the international monetary system to meet one of more of its core challenges. What are those challenges? Well, these are well known and I think have been repeated many times in different contexts. But challenge number one is helping prevent crises and facilitating adjustment by deficit countries without, in the parlance of the IMF articles, without measures destructive to national or international prosperity. The second challenge is ensuring an equitable burden of adjustment between deficit and surplus countries, and I would add to that a shared responsibility for managing gross capital flows between source and capital recipient countries. And the third challenge is regulating the supply of global liquidity, and in particular, ensuring that there is sufficient global liquidity during times of stress. So the basic implication I'm going to take away from all this is that first, we are going to have shifts in the world economy. Second, the system has a difficulty accommodating major shifts. The changes that are going to happen, we know they will happen, but we cannot predict exactly what will happen and what their impact will be. And therefore, the conclusion should be that future-proofing the international monetary system, making it resilient against changes, should focus on helping the system meet these three core challenges. And at the end, I will talk a little bit about what the IMF is doing in order to facilitate the system in meeting these challenges. So I'm going to very quickly go through the three historical episodes, and then I'll talk about how to make the system more resilient. So the first one is the collapse of the interwar gold exchange standard. And the big shift that happens is between the world of the classical gold standard before World War I and the world in the interwar period. So before World War I, the main creditors of Britain, France, Germany, and the largest debtor was the United States. And importantly, the creditor countries, particularly Britain, were willing to import from the debtors to which it had been lending. And in the case of Britain, it was foodstuffs and raw materials, and then they would export finished goods, for example, rolling stock, railways, etc., and they provided the credit for the purchase of those. Governments and central banks were less concerned about unemployment, and wages were flexible. And war obligations were paid for through exports. So the Napoleonic Wars and the 1870 Franco-German War, the creditors were willing to accept the imports as payment by the debtors. Capital flows were typically long-term. Short-term flows were stabilizing, and they were typically for seasonal balance of payments fluctuations. The gold exchange standard period is actually very different, although I think that was not appreciated sufficiently when it was set up. So the main creditor is now the United States. The main debtors are Germany, Austria, Eastern Europe, the United Kingdom, or Britain. The surplus countries that emerge in the interwar period, France and the US, sterilize the reserve inflows. Central banks become much more, and governments become much more sensitive to unemployment. Wages and prices are less flexible. Investors want fixed income assets, not dividends that can be varied with the profits of enterprises. And most importantly, the creditors, or the recipients of the reparations payments, were not willing to accept corresponding imports from the debtors. So what happened, I'll try to go a little quicker. So we have World War I. After the cessation of hostilities, the major powers tried to re-establish what was called the liberal international order, the order that prevailed before World War I. There was the Genoa Conference of 1922, which tries to sort of re-establish that liberal international order. We have a period of hyperinflation and so forth, particularly in Germany, Austria, but by around 1924, 1925, Germany, Britain, France, and most of the major economies are back on the gold standard. So this chart, this bar chart here is just the number of countries that are back on gold after World War I. However, the main problem is that the surplus countries do not play by the rules of the game. So after World War I, the US becomes a major trade surplus country, and France begins to become a trade surplus country after it had gone back to gold at a much depreciated exchange rate. Both France and the US sterilized their accumulation of gold reserves, thereby vitiating the external adjustment process. And that means that the burden of adjustment falls on the deficit countries, which have to adopt very restrictive macro policies, and that imparts a deflationary bias to the world economy. And what happens is that after the stabilization of Germany, capital starts being lent by American banks, often intermediated by the London banks, and there's a big capital flows to Germany, Eastern Europe. There are all sorts of anecdotes of bankers coming and trying to push these loans. But the problem is that the adjustment problem has not been solved. Okay? It has simply been delayed. So the adjustment problem is that the surplus countries are not willing to import. They keep pushing the adjustment problem onto the deficit countries. That is masked by the fact that there is so much lending going on, more than $1 billion a year in the mid-1920s. But then there's a boom in the New York Stock Exchange, and that draws capital back to the US, and that causes a sudden stop in Europe. And so we have a kind of reflow of capital out of Europe back into the US. And the adjustment by the deficit countries is made more difficult by France insisting on converting its accumulated foreign currencies into gold, the Federal Reserve raising interest rates to prick the stock market bubble. So we have this huge deflationary shock, and basically the liberal international order collapses. Countries leave the gold standard. We have competitive devaluations, exchange and trade restrictions. We have a collapse of international trade. So that spiral is a famous Kindleberger spiral of collapsing international trade. Exports decline, and incomes decline steeply in all of the major economies. and we end up with the Great Depression. Writing before the Great Depression started, Gustav Cassel basically argues that this is exactly what's going to happen because we are not getting the kind of adjustment that is required. It could have been avoided if the surplus countries had played by the rules of the game. They had allowed their real exchange rate to appreciate. They had not sterilized the inflows. The global stock of reserves could have been increased by revaluing gold. And deficit countries could have devalued, or surplus countries could have lent to them, sort of recycled the surpluses. But they didn't, and we had beggar thy neighbor policies and this Great Depression. Okay, I'm going to speed up. So the breakdown of Bretton Woods, I would argue, is a similar situation where the system is designed for a particular global configuration, but eventually that global configuration changes and the system cannot accommodate that change. So at the time of Bretton Woods, the US was the clear economic and financial hegemon, and it was expected to be the surplus country, for the foreseeable future. The US undertakes to make the dollar as good as gold, in other words, for official convertibility, and under Bretton Woods, countries would peg to the dollar, or they would peg to gold, but de facto they would peg to the dollar. There were limited capital flows, extensive capital account restrictions, and the system had a flaw, which became apparent later, that it was only the member country that could propose a change in its exchange rate parity. And the IMF's sole power was to either approve or not approve that change in parity. The IMF itself could not force the country to either devalue or revalue. So that's the world that the founders of Bretton Woods are thinking about and designing the system for. But already by the 1960s, the US is beginning to run balance of payments deficits. And in fact, President Kennedy at a press conference declares, we are not going to devalue, which is always a bad sign when the president is denying that he's going to devalue. Capital flows begin to become much more important because of the euro-dollar market and the dismantling of capital controls. And eventually we end up with huge private capital flows that can do speculative attacks in anticipation of devaluation. Okay, I'm going to skip over most of this. We know how this ends or why this ends. Essentially, the US begins to run balance of payments deficits. The US cannot devalue because it's the linchpin of the whole system. It's going to bring down the whole system if it devalues, but nor can it force the surplus countries to revalue, and they're reluctant to do so because they're worrying about their competitiveness vis-a-vis each other. The deficits because of the Vietnam War, the Great Society programs worsen the situation. There are some stopgap measures. The US imposes some capital controls on outflows. Germany, Switzerland start imposing inflow controls. The problem is that the US has been running balance of payments deficits. Its gold holdings are decreasing, whereas its liabilities are increasing, and eventually people are going to lose confidence in the dollar. 1971, Nixon takes the US off gold convertibility, actually as a way to pressure the surplus countries to revalue. He succeeds in that in the Smithsonian Agreement, so the dollar is de facto devalued and European and Japanese currencies are revalued. But it turns out to be too little too much, too little too late. And by 1974, the world is on floating exchange rates. Okay, the third example, global financial crisis. I'm not going to go through in any detail. but the point is, it's again this shifting world. So on the left, I have the GDP and percent of world GDP of either the G7 or the G10, the traditional major industrialized countries. And what you see is that, in fact, I could have extended back this chart, from the 60s onwards, they're accounting for about 65 to 70% of world GDP until 2000, 2001, when there's an almost precipitous decline in the share of GDP of the major industrialized economies. And the counterpart is the rising importance of emerging markets, where they not only gain GDP, but manufacturing production and exports shifts to the emerging markets. And that has various implications, and three in particular. Essentially, as emerging market workers who have a high savings propensity, emerging markets go from being a user of international capital to a source of international capital. Global savings goes up in large part because of the savings of the emerging market economies, and that puts downward pressure on global real interest rates. Lower labor costs and higher productivity in the emerging markets means lower price of global manufacturers, and that leads to lower inflation in the advanced economies. The lower real interest rates and lower inflation translates to lower nominal interest rates, and then that goes across the yield curve. So on the bottom right, you see the US mortgage interest rates are very low, and that leads to a search for yield. At the same time, the Stoper-Samuelson theorem tells us that as emerging markets are trading more, real wages in the advanced economies, the labor-scarce economies, are going to stagnate. And on the right, you have just the change in real wages by different educational groups in the US. All right, so let me just skip over. We end up with this sort of triple bubble world economy, one where the US is the consumer of last resort, absorbing the exports and savings of emerging markets. The second bubble is that within the US, the only way that the workers can consume is by getting credit, and they get the credit based on housing prices, or lending against housing. Actually, within the euro area, we have actually the same kind of mechanism in place where the surplus countries are exporting and lending to the periphery, the deficit countries. And all that, these three bubbles kind of burst simultaneously, and we end up with the Great Recession. Okay, so the three examples show us that the system has great difficulty in adjusting to major shifts in the global economy, whether that's the shift in the interwar period, the Bretton Woods period, or the global financial crisis period. So what can we do? Well, we can try and make the system better at meeting its core challenges. Crisis prevention. This is just a chart showing that an emerging market is 3 to 5 times more likely to experience a crisis after an inflow surge, which suggests that we need to manage capital inflows, particularly surges, in a efficient way. What does the IMF do about these things? One is increase our lending toolkit. There were various reforms to make IMF resources more readily available and in larger amounts. We also need to make sure that the fund itself has sufficient resources to play this role of providing conditional liquidity. We have SDR allocations, and precautionary and contingent financing arrangements, and the kind of whole global financial safety net, meaning working with other multilaterals and regional financing. And the final challenge, which is actually the most difficult one, is trying to get surplus countries to absorb part of the burden of adjustment. You know, the US has been struggling with this ever since the time of Bretton Woods. At the IMF, we have some surveillance tools, the surveillance decision, the integrated surveillance decision, do exchange rate analysis, and perhaps most importantly is also peer pressure groups within traditionally the G10, the G7, and the G20. I'll just end by talking a little bit about the institutional view on capital flow management, which talks about a shared responsibility between capital source and capital recipient countries, though in fact there's very little of substance in terms of obligations on capital source countries. So to conclude, change is coming, but we don't know what it is or this precise impact. Experience shows us that the international monetary system has difficulty adapting to major shifts, and that is very clear in these past crises. And therefore, if we want to make the system more resilient, we need to focus on helping the international monetary system meet its three core challenges, the whole international community, of which the IMF is part, but the G20 is also an extremely important part, as are other financial institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh, for sharing with us about international monetary system resiliency over time. And I think similar to Dr. Clayson, one of the conclusions is the need to strengthen institution mechanism in order to deal with potential economic challenge in the future. So now we move to our two panelists. The first panelist is Dr. Yoon Sung-Kwan, Head of E-Finance Division of Bank of Korea, and I think he will give his discussion about the previous two speakers. Dr. Yoon?
Okay, thank you very much. In the first speaker, Dr. Claessens actually addressed the general, various issues around stablecoins, digital assets, and CBDCs. So rather, I'm going to focusing on regulations surrounding digital assets and CBDCs, in particular in Korea cases. So this is my thoughts, and then I'm going to add up my opinions in the end. Okay, in the shaping of the future digital assets, regulations are just as important as investors' appetite for risk and developers' endeavors. Although some digital asset maximalists claim that digital assets will open a new chapter for the economy, but inherent risk to investors and implications in terms of the capital flow management are concerning and may be consequential if unchecked. By reviewing some of the measures that Korean regulators have taken so far regarding digital assets, I hope we could get a better understanding as to why such measures have been needed and about what kinds of future policies might be appropriate. The first regulations that Korean government have taken is banning digital asset-related cross-border payment transactions. So this is long. But regulators at the time, I think I recall is 2017 around. At the time, the regulators were concerned that capital could flow out of Korea to purchase the digital assets overseas. This uneasiness with the capital outflows was intensified by the question at the time, actually, as to whether digital assets have any intrinsic values. As a way of enforcing such regulations, rather than revising the laws, regulators took the approach of not proactively trying to interpret the law in favor of digital asset investors. Digital investors at the time claimed that digital assets could be considered a commodity, and thus any related money transfer should be permitted. As was the case in a couple of years, and as still now, to buy Bitcoin in Korea, outside of Korea, the buyer has to get approval from domestic bank for related money transfer. However, because of a lack of clear guidance from regulators, the banks are very reluctant to do such a money transfer. Due to such a regulatory stance, and as a consequence of it, although there was a strong demand for Bitcoin from the fourth quarter 2017 to the first quarter 2018, so not enough Bitcoin was supplied to satiate local demand. Because of this, Bitcoin had traded at higher prices on domestic Korean exchanges. Second regulation was that banning initial coin offerings. In 2017, Korean regulators implemented a broad ban on any type of initial coin offerings in Korea. So regulators at the time felt that ICOs were mainly motivated by nothing more than simply raise money. So most ICO prospectuses did not provide any clear business purpose or any information about how the raised money would be used. In response to regulations, Korean companies, wanted to conduct ICO and went abroad, to Singapore and Switzerland. For example, yeah, this is example. Okay. However, some of those coins issued overseas have since come back to Korea and have listed on Korean exchanges. So I think that they know, at the time they know the loopholes. So, but now it's, as the environment is changing, this year the government and the National Assembly have started a discussion on a so-called Digital Assets Foundation Act. The new government is widely expected to adopt lighter regulatory touch, for instance, by possibly, I think, allowing ICOs. So though this new law, many digital assets, including stablecoins, might be able to be issued for the first time in Korea. Regarding stablecoins in particular, as we central bankers have a keen interest in any changes the new law might bring about in terms of regulations. Although the DAFA Act, the Digital Asset Foundation Act, might adopt, I think, a European regulatory approach to digital assets in a MiCA framework for consumer protection and prudential requirements, many concerns still remain because first, unlike the euros, I think the Korean won is not international currency. And second, stablecoins are issued and traded in the public blockchain networks. So I will elaborate on those two concerns. The first concern is that in Korea, capital flow management and supervision have been conducted mostly with the help of domestic banks. Many money transfers abroad could only be done through banks. However, if stablecoins started to function as a medium of a cross-border remittance and a payment service, that could open a new channel for capital flows. In the case of stablecoins, P2P transfers that do not involve intermediaries are possible because the transactions are carried out on a public blockchain networks. For that reason, I believe supervision and enforcement will be very much difficult. As a solution, I think this is my ideas. As a solution for Korea case, we might think of a kind of requirement for the exchanges. For example, an exchange could set up an upper limit on the amount of stable coins could be transferred from exchange's wallet to investor's wallet. Okay. This second concern is how to regulate supervise the public blockchain networks. Because I mentioned before that most of the stable coins, dollar-based stable coins, are carried out on public blockchain networks. So I think that these public blockchain networks in the future might be able to play a kind of a market infrastructure as a formal stock and the bond exchange. But unlike banks and international payment networks, those public blockchain networks are not owned and operated by any particular person or entity. When the networks goes down and those related money transactions cannot go through, there are no person and no entities responsible. So international, I think the rules should be put in place. So this is my final thought and then the kind of opinions regarding stablecoins in the CBDCs. So some claims that stablecoins are to be the future of cross-border payments. Before we argue about the possibility of such a dream coming true or not, we needed to think first about whether stablecoin business model could survive. As we all are well aware, stablecoins regulations are still in the making in Europe and the US. I think it could be argued that stablecoins are being created in just such a regulatory vacuum. So furthermore, I would say though, stablecoins have succeeded so far in terms of number of transactions and amount of outstanding balances. I think one reason for that success, I believe that is their anonymity. This then, I think it is begs the question that when regulations such as travel rules and an array of requirements, such as in MiCA, are imposed, could a stablecoin still compete with other traditional cross-border payments methods? This is a question. So considering all those issues that I just mentioned, I believe the CBDC-based multilateral platform actually mentioned the first speaker, Dr. Claesen, could be a kind of an alternative stablecoins for cross-border payments. The platform will neither threaten a country's monetary sovereignty, and also by governance and design, will they be able to resolve any operational, I think, legal issues that might occur in operation? So fortunately, the G20 countries are working together on this matter. So I hope that this project speed up and it comes to implement the stage as early as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yoon, for sharing Korean experience in utilizing digital financial asset. So now we have the second panelist, Dr. Dennis Nauer, President of Global Solution Initiative. I believe with his latest work, we will be discussing a little bit about the governance. Please, Dennis.
Good, I'm very pleased to be in this panel because there is a basic issue underlying everything that has been said here. And the basic issue is, can we provide more efficiently financial services in a decentralized manner without regulation? And I think the answer to this question in every case is always no. If we did not have basic regulation in terms of laws of crime, property, and contract, then the free market system wouldn't work at all because it would be much cheaper to steal than to buy and sell. And basically the same principle holds here. With regard to cryptocurrencies, there is a misalignment of interests between the cryptocurrency operators and the public interest, because the public wants money that fulfills the functions of money as a unit of account, a medium of exchange, and a store of value. And in order to do that, you need large network externalities. Everybody has to be able to exchange the same money. And now, Stein Claessens, to my mind, is sort of the master of the understatement. He said, there are 10,000 of these cryptocurrencies around. They clearly are not fulfilling the functions of money. You cannot, the interoperability isn't there. You can't exchange from one to another in a transparent manner. And therefore, they fail as money. And therefore, they are used primarily for speculative purposes. Now, I would like to point out in this short discussion a different failure, a failure that underlies a lot of digital governance and is particularly relevant to the financial sector, but not restricted to it, which is a basic misalignment of interests between digital service providers and data aggregators on the one hand, and digital users on the other. The system that we have now operates, as our previous speaker has told us, in a regulatory vacuum. And in this vacuum, digital users get apps and other digital services basically for free, and they give up information about themselves also for free. And this information largely without informed consent. And this information is then used to influence them, either economic influence through advertising or political influence or social influence. Elections are undermined. And the other thing that happens, of course, is because we have this barter system where we get digital services for free and we give up information about ourselves for free, the market system is being bypassed. It's barter. And it is third-party funded barter because the people who pay for this are the ones who want to exert influence on the people on the digital users who've given up information about themselves. And this is, there's a basic misalignment of the interests of the influencers and the digital users. And currently, the digital system, is driven largely by the influencers, the economic and political influencers who are buying the personal data that is given up for free by the digital users. And that threatens the future function of the market system, because at zero prices the market system can't function, that's barter, leads to a large concentration of information and market power in the hands of the few. In these hands there is inherently little incentive to protect privacy and security, and the system exploits vulnerabilities of digital users, psychological vulnerability, some vulnerabilities in terms of information, subjects them to manipulation and gives them limited choices. You can leave your network, but if you leave all the networks, then you basically cannot conduct your social and affairs anymore. And so this system inherently leads to problems. And in the financial services sector, it often leads to mis-selling, selling of financial products without providing adequate information, hidden fees for certain services, incomplete or biased advice for finances, capturing of attention and putting people under implicit pressure to make financial decisions. And the system is vulnerable to data breaches and social engineering scams like phishing, for the simple reason that the digital service providers have less incentive than the digital users themselves to prevent this sort of thing from happening. And this, of course, infects the rest of the economy as well, because in personal content purchases, like cars, the purchase of cars is often tied to the finance of cars, and because the two are tied together, and the financial service providers own the personal information about the people who buy the cars, there are often hidden fees and overpayment. In peer-to-peer lending, that often leads to over-indebtedness, and therefore one needs to think carefully about how this system is to be reformed. And that is going to be my final point. The system can be reformed in a very simple way. And it simply involves giving control to the digital users of the personal information about themselves. So at present, this information that we give up when we sign terms and conditions, which incidentally, the average app requires terms and conditions plus hyperlinks, on average requires somewhere between 2 years and 500 years to read at normal reading speed. So it basically can't be done. So we do not give informed consent, and we need to get control over our data. How can that be done? The answer is in 4 easy steps. First of all, we need to give ourselves unique digital identity. And that can be done very simply by governments insisting that all official data, your name, your social security number, your property, your health insurance number, everything that requires official authentication in order for transactions to take place, actually receive official authentication on the web. That can be done quite simply through the credit card system, and that be the sole source of this official data and be put under the control of the digital users. Secondly, private data, that blogs that you give or selfies that you take, should be completely under your control, and you can either give it away or sell it, or have your representative negotiate with Google and Facebook what the terms should be under which you transfer your rights. But in any case, it should be under your control. Second-party private data, which is data that is inferred about you, like your psychological profile on Facebook, that needs to be governed by the same laws as govern doctor-patient relationships. So done entirely in the interests of the digital users. Thirdly, collective data, where people come together in a collective to share data. That needs to be done in a data commons space where the people who organize that data have a fiduciary duty to use that data only for the purposes in which this data is given and for the people among whom it is decided to be shared. And once you have these 3 elements in place, on official data that is under your control, private data that is under your control individually, and collective data that is under the control of the collectives, then you can start talking about rights of association, as you have in labor markets. You can make competition law in the online world analogous to competition in the offline world. You can have legal protection for vulnerable digital users, and you can have GAAP-type oversight over data traffickers. And that would put you into a different world, in a world in which users drive the digital system and digital financial system rather than the digital service providers and the data aggregators. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Snower, for sharing about digital governance. And I believe it's already more than 5 p.m., so we have to end this session. Thank you very much for all speakers, Dr. Clayson, Dr. Goss, Dr. Yoon, and Dr. Snower. And I hope that this session will enlighten us about the future of international financial architecture in a good and promising way. So I like to give back the session back to the MC. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the moderator, and for all panelists for making the stage more beautiful. Thank you very much. We've been sharing numbers, information, and being enthusiastically discussing for a long time. So it is time to have some relax. It has come to the end of all programs today. So on behalf of the host organizations, we would like to sincerely thank once again all the participants and to our moderators, speakers, and panelists. Also, we'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to all participants online. Thank you very much. I hope today's conference has been insightful and as well worthwhile. Until now, my name is Moon Sori. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you. 감사합니다.